Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to call the meeting to order as we commence. Greetings to our distinguished guests, our council, led by Council Chairperson, who is the Honorable Mayor, Councillor Mamokgobo, the esteemed stakeholders, our residents, ratepayers, representatives from corporate, the commercial establishment, our valued partners, the management of Ezulwini Municipality, led by the CEO Town Clerk, Mr. Matogoza Shongwe. We also have quite a number of ratepayers from the different industries present today. We have the Central Bank, ERS, we have EEC, ENTC, Cash Build, School of Theology, Eswatini Water Services Corporation, Sibane Sami Hotel, Cuddle Puddle, Yebo Art Gallery, Koba Academy, Remax, Blue Zone, and Artemis. As we welcome more stakeholders, we will be able to acknowledge them as the day goes by. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my absolute honor and pleasure to stand before you and welcome you to this pivotal stakeholder validation meeting convened by Ezulwini Municipality. We're gathered here today not just as individuals, but as a collective force shaping the future of our town through the validation of our bylaws. My name is Leonard Bennett, and I'm the Corporate Services Manager for Ezulwini Municipality. This meeting, ladies and gentlemen, is a testament to our shared commitment to our participatory governance, where every voice matters. Your presence here today, whether physically or whether you're joining us virtually, we are live streaming the meeting, ladies and gentlemen. And over the next few hours, we will engage in robust discussions, sharing insights and refining our policies, our bylaws for our town's growth, safety, and sustainability. Let us approach this dialogue, ladies and gentlemen, with openness, with respect, and with shared vision for progress. Before we proceed, I'd like to ask our Councillor Mbingo to please open the meeting with a word of prayer. Thank you.
Let's pray. Our Heavenly Father, we just want to thank you this morning. We thank you for the gift of life. We thank you, my God, that we are here today, my God, to validate all the bylaws. We pray, Holy Spirit, that you may lead and guide us in all our deliberations. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Thank you, Councillor Mbingo. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to advise you to please kindly put your phones on silence as we are live streaming the event. We want to avoid disturbances. And moving along, ladies and gentlemen, to our welcome remarks and to steer us into the heart of today's agenda, it's my pleasure to invite to the podium our Honorable Mayor, Council Chairperson, Councillor Mamokgobo, who will deliver the welcome remarks for the meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, please can we welcome the Mayor.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our meeting. I have a habit that before I start, I like to introduce my councillors. I take advantage of an opportunity like this one so that you get a chance to meet your councillor and put a name to the face of your councillor so that each time you have challenges in your ward, you know who to approach. So as usual, I'd just like to give the mic to the councillors to introduce themselves. Councillor Bami. Now it's Ward 5, best you show Ward 5 because labanye about to go to Ward 5 area yabo. Thank you, councillors.
Good morning. I'm Councillor Mbingo for Ward 3. Ward 3 starts from the ICC fish. It goes to Gawota.
Good morning. I'm Zodwa Dlamini, appointee.
Good morning, Councillor Raw, Ward 6. Oh, it's the one that's hidden here near Mantenga Nature Reserve. It's a very small ward. And yeah, we're very difficult. So please keep your distance from us.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Comfort Lope. I'm a representative for Ward 4. It starts from the biggest ward in the, in the beautiful city of Ezulwini. It starts from MTN, I think, up to Exams Council down that road. Thank you very much.
Thank you, councillors. In case you're wondering, we have Councillor Mazibugo, who is running late, and Councillor Dlamini. In case you're wondering why your area was not mentioned by the councillors who are present, we have two councillors, Councillor Mazibugo and Councillor Dlamini, who are running late. And then we also have an appointee, who is Councillor Matonsi. Back to the speech that has been written for me. Deputy Mayor, councillors, representatives from the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, all ministry representatives, municipalities present here, business community, residents, ratepayers, esteemed guests, Ezulwini Town Council and staff, the consultant Indaga Incorporated, and an attorneys joint venture. Ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. Good morning again. On behalf of Council, I'd like to extend a warm welcome to everyone present here today and express our sincere gratitude for your support. This occasion marks a very significant milestone for the Council, and we could not have imagined a better way to achieve it than by sharing this moment with all of you. Following our successful stakeholder engagement meetings, which we started in January 2025, we interacted with about 150 stakeholders across various platforms, including the business community, residents, and informal traders. We deeply appreciate the valuable feedback and insights received, and this is what the consultant will be speaking to this morning. These contributions have been instrumental in strengthening our bylaws as a town. As Council, we want to reaffirm that we are committed to utilizing these bylaws to address what we call the real challenges our town has been facing, particularly arising from those gaps in the national legislation. With your continued support, we want to move towards a more structured, inclusive, and well-regulated community. The Council derives its mandate to develop bylaws from Section 77 of the Urban Government Act, and these instruments ensure good order and governance of the municipality. Please be assured, ladies and gentlemen, that legal due process has been diligently followed thus far. We have a total of about 11 bylaws that will be presented this morning by the consultant. All of these bylaws are accompanied by a schedule of user fees, which will be applicable to all stakeholders for the next 3 years. We hope that you've had an opportunity to review one or more of the bylaws shared on the municipality's website. We also encourage you to continue engaging with the bylaws and providing your valuable input before they are finalized. The Council is also committed to providing civic education on various aspects of the bylaws, tailored to meet the needs of the different businesses and ratepayers in our town. We appreciate your participation and wish you all a productive day ahead. Good morning. May I now acknowledge the presence of Councillor Matonsi, an appointee. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, for reaffirming the importance of today's dialogue. Ladies and gentlemen, next we will delve into the substance of our gathering, the review of the Ezulwini draft bylaws. These regulations, ladies and gentlemen, are the scaffolding of our town, ensuring order, promoting public welfare, and fostering sustainable development. To guide us through this critical presentation, I'm pleased to introduce our esteemed consultants from Indara Corporation. With the expertise, we've been able to meticulously draft the bylaws, incorporating feedback from previous engagements. Let's give a warm welcome to our consultants as they take us through the key provisions and rationale behind the proposed bylaws. Consultants, the floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I say at this point, all protocol reserved. My name is Ayanda Ziane. I am part of the joint venture representing Indaga Incorporated. We are the consultants together with Nhlengetwa and attorneys here today to present what we believe is a beautiful product for Ezulwini Town Council in the form of our bylaws. As has been indicated, there are 11 bylaws, and then including user fees bylaws, which we hope today we are going to be able to go through. The intention of this presentation is to more or less guide and highlight the issues that are within the bylaw to be noted. But we do assume that you've possibly gone through the bylaws and have read what is in there and are going to give us meaningful feedback and possibly even assist in perfecting the product. We do not have a lot of time in respect to finalizing the product. So we would like to request that all present here and those who are watching and who are attending online, please give us your feedback as soon as possible. We'd like to close the project, possibly maybe consolidate comments by Monday. I know that that is a tight timeline. However, we would really appreciate it. And possibly for some of you, this is your first encounter with the bylaws and it may seem like it's a bit rushed, but we hope that many of you have also had the opportunity to see the bylaws as we've had extensive stakeholder engagements before we came here today. I would just like to give you a background of where we came from to where we are today before I start going into the technical presentations on each and every bylaw. So this is just an introductory, more or less an overview presentation of where we started and where we are now. As indicated, the joint venture that is providing the service of developing the bylaws is Indaga Incorporated and Nhlengetwa N joint venture. The bylaws that we're going to be presenting to you today are 12 in total. The scope and mandate. I'd like to speak more on the legislative process. As you are aware, bylaws are subordinate legislation, and as such, our mandate was to develop with that in mind. This means, therefore, there are national legislations that possibly provide for the same thing. You will see that we've got waste management bylaws, we've got environment management bylaws, we've got parking bylaws. Some of them do not have national legislation existing. So some of the provisions you will see that are developed to cater specifically for Ezulwini Town Council, and as such, as subordinate legislation, we aimed for all intents and purposes not to contradict national legislation. As has been indicated, the bylaws have been developed in terms of the Urban Government Act, which gives the authority for all municipalities to do so. And what we have done, we have drafted the bylaws. We We expect that they will come into law as soon as they are gazetted. And of course, as I've indicated, they have to be aligned to national legislation. Where we are so far, we developed a first draft after we did our first preliminary stakeholder engagements with industry practitioners, especially the ones that are presently managing the regulatory instruments that are national. We did stakeholder engagements. We are saying they are ongoing because we are here before you today. It's a stakeholder validation, but it is in itself an engagement because we still expect to solicit comments from you today and going forward. We presented draft 3, and then today we now have the final draft, which is draft 4. It is a draft because we have not finalized pending comments that are going to be received here today. The structure of each and every bylaw is we will not be necessarily going through every letter of each and every bylaw. The expectation is that this is what you will find as standard for purposes of reading and understanding. There's going to be the citation and the commencement, indicating what bylaw or the subject matter of that particular bylaw. Commencement indicating the date on which or the year in which it was gazetted. And for purposes of citation, that's the way that it's supposed to be called as it is written. And then the scope and application, this speaks to, as I've indicated, is subordinate legislation. It speaks to what each and every bylaw is meant to cover. And you will find that in each and every one of our bylaws, we make sure we mention that the scope is, for example, on all persons, businesses within the jurisdiction of Ezulwini, because that is, the bylaw is made specific for Ezulwini. The objects, meaning what is the reason for the bylaw. As I've indicated, we have national legislation which usually provides generic overarching provisions. The Ezulwini Town Council bylaws are more going to be specific towards the subject matter because as a municipality, there are certain circumstances that have been realized that need to be regulated. So it is very specific to Ezulwini Town Council, Ezulwini Municipality. And then the arrangement of the bylaw sections, and then it's also part of the preliminary provisions of the bylaw. And then interpretation part where we have specific terms that are either applicable to the bylaw itself or there are terms that we felt because they are referenced often in the bylaw have to be defined. Or maybe even specific terms which maybe ordinarily may mean something else, but for purposes of reading and interpreting the bylaw have to be defined in a certain way. And then the provisions themselves, which is what I would like for you to focus on. We also have a portion that speaks to enforcement and penalties in the bylaws. And then the last part are schedules and forms. So generally, this is what you will find as standard in our bylaws. And it is the structure that is expected of all legislative instruments in terms of Eswatini law. So the bylaws that we are going to be presenting here today before you, gated community bylaws, accommodation establishment bylaws, noise control bylaws, public nuisance bylaws, parking, waste management, fire bylaws, environment management, food and safety, informal trading, occupational safety, and user fees. And I'd just like to move to the next presentation. I don't know, I stand to be guided. Maybe I should take questions after my presentations to make sure that we keep time. So maybe let me just move on to the next presentation for that purpose. And please, ladies and gentlemen, note your comments and questions so that we can be able to address them at the end of the presentation. I'd like to jump right straight to the presentation, the SME informal trade bylaws. So maybe just before I get into the presentation, I'd like to indicate that this bylaw was developed not necessarily to regulate the unregulated, but more or less to provide a system or a structure of regulation for trade or small trade in Ezulwini. So the objectives of these bylaws is to regulate informal trading within the jurisdiction and to ensure that there is fair and orderly conduct. We will see as we continue the presentation that there are specific requirements that the municipality has placed on informal traders within the municipality. Protect rights of informal traders and members of the public, and to facilitate integration into the local economy by requiring certain submissions in respect of permits from anybody who wants to be an informal trader, which is a system by which anyone who is possibly was trading without a permit is now going to be integrated into the economy, because there are specific requirements that the municipality has on possibly the industries that may be given permits and the persons that may be allowed to trade within the municipality. So the scope is in respect, so this bylaw applies to all individuals, businesses, and entities engaged in formal trading activities within the jurisdiction of the municipality. There are specific definitions that we want to mention that have been provided for in the bylaws. One of them is an informal trader. It means any individual or entity engaged in informal trading activities, including street vendors, hawkers, peddlers, and artisans within the municipality. This then informs that it's not every business, but it's those informal or small businesses that have a level of mobility as compared to other, I'd use the word ordinary, even though I don't think it's much appropriate. So this more or less gives an idea who we are talking about in terms of this bylaw. There's informal trading area. It means the designated locations or zones within the municipality where informal trade activities are permitted and regulated. As indicated, the informal trading bylaw is not necessarily to regulate the unregulated, but is to provide a structure to regulate informal trade. So the municipality, in the bylaws, there are provisions about where the trade may happen, which industries may the trade be for. So this is why then there's that definition of informal trading area. And then informal trading itself is the buying and selling or exchange of goods or services in public spaces without formal business premises and licenses. So the assumption is that what I called ordinary is formal business premises or licenses. So all other trades that fall outside of that, even though they are small, they can be defined as informal trading. So what is required? Registration as an informal trader, which means that that person, in order to be within, to be able to trade within the municipality, has to have a valid permit. There has to be a designated trading area. That particular informal trader cannot trade anywhere. There are trading hours that are going to be designated. There are going to be health and safety standards that are going to that are prescribed within the bylaw, and that the municipality is going to implement enforcement procedures to ensure that the trading areas are inspected, not only for ensuring that the people who are trading have the permits, but also to ensure health and safety standards are being followed. Permit requirements: this person who is trading must be a Eswatini citizen, or must hold a permanent, must be a resident permit holder. This person must not have more than 5 employees. And then we have also included that in terms of this particular trade, if there is the vending of foods, then the guidelines for control measures for street vended foods is meant to be followed, and the municipality can provide guidance on those standards and implement accordingly. We also note that there are special events where there may be special permits that may be required, particularly events that in respect of celebrations that possibly are not year-round, or maybe there is a need to supply special items that are not necessarily available throughout the year. The municipality has the discretion to determine the permit conditions for those circumstances. What are the prohibitions that are provided for in this bylaw? There's no trading outside regulated times and areas, although the times and areas may, at the discretion of the municipality for special events, may differ. Trading where one obstructs fire, fighting equipment or entry or exit. And then also for not for obstructing traffic. Trade there is not going to be allowed. Prohibitions not to damage or deface structures. So what may the municipality do? It may prescribe or increase fees for permits. We will see as we discuss the user fees bylaws that there are prescribed amounts payable for permits in various capacities. The municipality will also demarcate areas for trade. They will also determine the charges for bays. They will also classify bays and may also provide awareness on bylaws to the public. We then have, unfortunately, because each and every legislation has to be enforceable, we have provisions on enforcement where there are authorized officers as defined who have been given the authority to conduct inspections and possibly even do confiscations where there isn't compliance with that particular bylaw. Thank you very much. I think that's the end of the presentation on informal trade. I'd like to move on to the next bylaw presentation. I'm hoping you are taking comments, you are noting comments, you are writing down questions so that I would like to move on to talk about the public nuisance bylaw. I hope I'm not too quick. I don't want to be too quick, but I also don't want to be too slow. So please just indicate if I'm rushing. Yeah. We also have the public nuisance bylaws. The scope is to regulate against public nuisance, to maintain acceptable community standards, ensure good quality of life for residents within the jurisdiction of the municipality. I do not live in Ezulwini, but I am aware that Ezulwini is a tourist attraction, so this particular bylaw is very essential for those purposes. The objectives of this bylaw, we want to address various forms of public nuisances, which unfortunately is something that is unavoidable, but it has to be regulated. We need to have community standards on nuisances. We ensure well-being and quality of life for residents within the municipality, quality of life being very essential. Regulate activities and conditions that constitute public nuisances within the municipality. Protect public health and safety and welfare, and then maintain the community standards and quality of life. Singanegi timpahla kuma railings doesn't look nice. I'm just saying, I guess that's personal to me. Scope, applicable to all individuals, businesses, establishments, properties and activities within the jurisdiction of Ezulwini that may cause or contribute to public nuisances. So everyone, as long as for potentially you're causing nuisance or you are a nuisance. Read with applicable health environment laws and regulations, as some of them are related to issues of environmental management. So what does the bylaw say? Prohibitions, noise can be a nuisance, excessive noise. Odors, noxious odors can be passed by persons 7 years, 7 years and above are regarded as nuisances in public spaces. In respect to motor vehicles, overnight parking on streets, loud noise is audible more than 50 meters away. The municipality may provide designated parking areas at a fee if applicable. And we will see as we talk about the parking bylaws what those designated areas are, if any. And then parking or driving on sidewalks. Those are regarded as nuisances in terms of the bylaws. Other prohibitions, excavations on streets, digging pits and holes. We'll also see that in respect of the environment management bylaws, this particular aspect is provided for as regulated. Administration of chemicals on public roads and land, hanging of clothes in veranda, balcony, boundary line, etc. I just like to go back to the second point in respect to administration of chemicals. You will find that some businesses, they can't avoid to use chemicals in their businesses. But the good thing is that permit conditions for many businesses are going to be determined according to the nature of the business, and is going to be granted as indicated by the municipality. And if you do have a permit, there are going to be structures around how to maintain or to not cause a nuisance with those particular chemicals on roads or public roads. Skating on public roads or similar. So things, maybe wheels, we're skating, roller skates and roller blades, so to say. Shooting a bow and arrow, firearms, unless licensed and in terms of the licensing regulations. That is the end of my presentation on nuisance. I don't know if that's a question here. All right, maybe let me just move on to the next one. I'll just present one more bylaw, and then possibly we'll take questions. I don't want that too many bylaws be presented before we have an opportunity to address any comments that we may have. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to move on to parking bylaws. As you will be aware, the infrastructure of Ezulwini, you will note that there isn't many places where there can be paid parking. So the objectives or the functions of this bylaw is to provide not only for parking and payments of fees where applicable, but is also focused on maintaining the infrastructure of Ezulwini. Because of that reason. And I guess it's testament to what I said before, that you may find that there are parking bylaws in Babane, which are much more focused on fees and parking bays, because there's much more infrastructure for that. But because these are specific for Ezulwini, they have to be tailor-made for the circumstances with that are arising within Ezulwini. So this is why the scope of this bylaw is going to be different. So it's meant to regulate motor vehicle parking, that is public and private, within the municipality, manage parking within the municipality, ensure safety, order, efficiency, and minimize congestion, promote compliance with national laws and regulation, and to preserve and protect the infrastructure from being damaged through improper use by parked vehicles. So it is also applicable, or it meant to bind all individuals, motor vehicles, whether within, which are locals of the municipality or visiting properties within the jurisdictions as well. And on all public roads and spaces that are declared by the municipality to be parking zones within the municipality, meaning that the municipality may determine certain areas as designated for parking. As you will see, there are zones that we're going to be talking about in respect of delivery, parking zones, and so on and so forth. This bylaw is, however, superseded by local disaster and emergency fire and rescue laws, because as much as there may be parking designated areas, there are priority areas that are secluded or separate for purposes of access, for emergency, for example, near fire hydrants, even for people who are who need assistance because maybe of a physical incapacity. But also it means that even though there may be a parking area that has been designated, if there has to be access for national fire and emergency personnel or vehicles, then that bylaw or national legislation for them to have access will then supersede these bylaws. So we have parking, we provided for parking zones in these bylaws. The bylaws indicate that there can be a declaration or classification of parking zones by the municipality, and the parking can only happen on designated areas. For example, you will find that there can't be parking on national roads, under electricity lines, and so on and so forth. Some of them are meant to maintain for safety of residents, but also we need to make sure to maintain the infrastructure of Ezulwini. Some parking zones may be gated, particularly around shopping areas. Parking fees may be payable, and then parking rules have to be followed for those designated parking areas or marked parking areas, like delivery zones. Excuse me. Parking zones, the municipality may lease parking stations in terms of the bylaws. Municipality shall issue terms and conditions and may issue permits and rules. Enforcement, so there is a provision for who is an enforcement officer for purposes of these bylaws. So we may have parking inspectors, traffic wardens, or other officers empowered may inspect parking to ensure that there's no parking on sidewalks, there's no parking on restricted areas, and so on and so forth. And then parking management operator may be appointed by the municipality to operate and to inspect. So there may be either an institution or a business that may be engaged for purposes of managing or implementing the requirements of the bylaws, particularly to ensure that they are followed. The management operator may execute delegated rights by the municipalities. And the reason why it's delegated powers is essential because the municipality may at times, even though there is a parking management operator, dispatch possibly traffic wardens from the municipality to ensure enforcement of those bylaws. So the existence of a parking management operator does not then oust the powers of the municipality to ensure enforcement. Penalties and fines will be outlined in that instance. Motor vehicles may be impounded due to failure and refusal to comply. Objections and appeals may be applied, is a process that is available in the bylaw as outlined in respect of possibly appeals against fines, and so on and so forth, and fees payable. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe let me just pause at this point and take questions. My team here is going to assist me to answer, as well as the municipality. So yeah, maybe we can take 3 questions.
We will also be taking questions online, moderated by our management.
It's not a question as such, but I thought I missed something on firecrackers and fire things which exploded, if that's included.
Good morning. When you talk of informal trading, does it mean the ladies that sell fat cakes on the side of the road, do they have to have a license in order to sell that?
Good morning. Mine is more on the public nuisance. You mentioned a number of things as nuisance in the town, and some of them, I'm just questioning myself, how exactly are we going to be able to control them, because we are not a metro? Like, you have to work with police to say after they've made an offense, like urinating, drinking in public. How are we going to manage that one, seeing that we are not a metro?
Good morning to everybody. I have 2 questions. I'm the owner of the cattle puddle at Ezulwini. I'm controlling 2 hot springs on the premise. Now, one hot spring, we left it open for our Swazi fellow countrymen and women to make use of, but they're also making use of the parking. And at some stage, we have a shortage of parking because they are occupying with their cars most of the car park. Although I'm in excellent cooperation with everybody there, but when it comes to that, they are threatening me, burning down my house and trying to attack me physically. Parking fee, because the moment they enter my car park, they are trespassing by law, but they don't want to hear anything about this. What can I do about that? The other question, I mentioned that before on our previous meetings, and you mentioned it here, that any kind of noise which you can hear 50 meters and more is actually not allowed. This is punishable or whatever. What about the mosque at Ezulwini? 4 or 5 times a day, and especially now during Ramadan, even more, they reminding their believers for praying and all that, but that has got nothing to do with non-Muslims. I mentioned it before, but nothing has been done. You can still hear when they are going on the microphone. You can hear it on the main road. You can even hear it at the corner plaza, which is by far more than 100 meters away, about 200 meters away. You can still hear it. Well, I'll stop it for now.
And try and respond before they become too many. I'm just going to try and remember. Maybe let me start with Councillor Mbinga's concern. I stand to be guided also by the municipality, but in terms of authorized officer definition includes wardens, traffic wardens, as well as members of the police for purposes of enforcement. So we believe that because there's that provision there, they can be, they have the authority to assist with the management of those kinds of nuisances in public. And I believe it's still within their jurisdiction as people who manage order and control in Eswatini generally, to have the authority to assist with the nuisance issues within the municipality. I think there's another addition here.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Just to add on to what Ms. Ziane has alluded to, during our stakeholder engagement, in engaging with our Eswatini Royal Police, we did get the confirmation that they have good relationships with the municipality and they do collaborate in bringing harmony and sorry for that. The whole time I think I'm audible. I was saying during our stakeholder engagement with the local police force, we did get the feedback and the assurance that they have good relationships with the municipality and they do collaborate in bringing peace and order within the jurisdiction of Ezulwini. And further to that, in our previous engagements when we were collating information from our valued stakeholders, this question did come up and the municipality did share a number where a person who observes such activity can notify the municipality and the necessary can be done. So just a comment to say, this is not meant to just be on paper, but the municipality is actively ensuring that certain interventions will be put in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe to move on to the next question, I remember in respect to informal trade, I believe the responses to the affirmative, they have to have permits in order to sell their fat cakes on the street. You want to add? They have to have a license. For purposes of informal trade, everyone who trades within the municipality has to have a permit or a license. Otherwise, it's illegal.
Responding to the question on firecrackers, it will be covered under noise bylaws and fire bylaws as well.
I'm not sure if I understood correctly the issue of parking. However, pardon? Oh, CEO would like to.
Good morning, Mayor, and good morning to our councillors and all of our stakeholders present here today. I will kindly request Mr. Horst that we engage on the matter of parking as an office. So we'll have to engage, have a bilateral on that particular matter. If you allow me, I will then engage on the one of the mosque to say we have had engagement with the mosque, and there are certain times where we have asked them to completely shut out because of the nuisance that has been presented by what happens within that facility. We have had residents who have come into the office to complain about that, and hence we engage the mosque. We have asked those residents that if there is a violation, they should let the office know. So as far as we are concerned at this point, it is still within acceptable limits. What we were specifically looking at are the times when they may call out for prayer, which means during the day you may pick up the sound, but there are specific times which we've asked that it should be completely cut out in the evening and in the early hours of the morning, around about 5 o'clock, because those were the times which they were using. But if it persists, we may still be informed and we may deal with that. But as we are sitting, we understand we have been able to engage with that. To add on the matter of how are we able to enforce, I think the response has been using Royal Eswatini services, police services, but we also, as a municipality, time and again, we may have rangers which will help us towards enforcement. Just understanding that rangers have delegated power up to a point. They may not enforce an arrest, but they will give us information with respect to the violation, which we can then engage and request the services of the Royal Eswatini Police Services. Thank you.
Thank you, Sia. I don't know if there are additional questions before we proceed. Maybe we can take two.
Good morning. My question, or it's more of a plea in the issue of nuisances. My concern is the skating. For instance, we have children in our community who love to skate, especially around the residential areas, not necessarily the public roads per se. If maybe the council can, like, it's a good thing that they've said that they have designated areas, since we don't have like playgrounds, for instance, that are designated for public use. If maybe the municipality could look into that and have maybe a designated area for the children or anyone that's interested in playing sports of that sort to, yeah, maybe take.
Good morning, everyone. My question is regarding the public nuisance bylaws, which regard the begging on the streets and the hanging of clothes and verandas. So first question would be that how is it a nuisance that people will be begging on the streets, and what would be done to the beggars when they are found begging on the streets? And also we would like to know regarding the hanging of clothes on verandas and balconies, whose verandas and balconies, and how does the municipality, I don't know, isn't it like an infringement of, I don't know, person's prerogative to hang their clothes in their own house or whatnot? So it's more of a clarity and an elaboration on these two laws. Thank you.
Just one more.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My question is on the informal trading, especially on the properties that are under construction. I would like to know, because usually you find that the people that are doing the construction guys, they need to eat, and their food is like fat cakes and maybe maheu, things like that. And they are usually temporal, they are not permanent. What does the law say about me allowing them into my property temporarily? And after the construction is complete, they are not there. I would like to know, how do you regulate that within my property?
One more question. Just to manage time, can you just take one last question? Thank you. We can't hear. Still not audible.
Sorry, I have two questions. One is, we're in a residential area but have an attraction for tourism. The Mpumalanga Road is very narrow, and if a bus happens to come with tourists, there's nowhere else to park except in the road. What would be your advice? Do we apply to town council for permission? But often we don't know when the buses may arrive. So it's difficult in advance. The second question is, in Ward 4, there are many quad bikes which are unlicensed vehicles that race up and down, creating danger on the road for tourists, pedestrians, children, animals, etc. And at some point there will be an accident, and then how does that get controlled? It appears that no one is actually inspecting or confronting those vehicles. As one legal expert said, is that those vehicles are breaking about 22 road rules. Unlicensed, no lights, no hooters, no number plates, etc. And they use the Mpumalanga Crescent as like a racetrack. So how does one deal with that? It's noise and abuse of roads. So thank you.
Thank you. Maybe I'll just like to make, just to indicate that I think that comment on the roller skates is noted, right? Yes. And then the issue of nuisance. There's a definition of what is to beg. And I think possibly it indicates that is to follow people and to request that they give you their money. Now, we need to understand that the bylaws are meant to cater for interests of everyone within the municipality. And if I find that it is nonsensical for me to follow me and request money, then as defined, it is regarded as a nuisance. The enforcement measures are there, the wardens, the rangers, they are capable of handling the issues. I'm sure they will also be able to manage regarding the intensity of the begging and possibly whether there is danger to other people, property, and so on and so forth. In respect to the issue of hanging clothes, please please recall that was just a personal comment. The actual prohibition is hanging on fence, hanging clothes on a fence. I'd just like to clarify that. I think maybe you want to add?
It is the hanging of clothes anywhere where it is going to be visible to the neighbor. It is, Ezulwini Municipality is not going to be operating as a lawless jurisdiction. So the whole aim is to provide order and to maintain the standard that Ezulwini is to be known of. So it is just an introduction through bylaws of laws and standards that residents who have elected to be part of Ezulwini Municipality will have to adhere to. So it will include your boundary fence, it will include your balcony, it will, as long as it's visible to the public, then the residents needs to refrain from that, and it will, once the legislation has passed, it will be the law.
My last comment, I think, in respect to the informal trade, in terms of the bylaws, permits are given per subject matter, meaning the place where you are meant to trade, the type of trade that you're going to be conducting. We have not indicated what permit conditions should be in the legislation because they will vary for each and informal trader. I believe, therefore, for each specific circumstance, permit conditions may be indicated. And please remember that I did say that there are special permits that may be issued, usually the ones that are time limited, and special permit conditions are at the discretion of the municipality.
Thanks. There was a question around beggars. I think it was adequately answered, but I think as a municipality we also need to look beyond just the nuisance. We also need to engage from a social point of view to say there may be certain lacks within our communities, and this is not unique to Ezulwini. So from our social services department, one of the things that we engage with is issues similar to the beggar along the street. What is the issue? How can we then begin to help them so that if there is a need to engage with the Office of the Deputy Prime Minister, we link those people so that they get the assistance that is required. But we also know in areas, particularly around, I think, Mantenga, Tivagashi Street, you do have young children who go there and beg. And it does become a nuisance to the patrons of that particular facility, be they you as a local resident are going to enjoy the facility or as a tourist. So it is those things that we are trying to work on, but the balance is very critical because it could also be just a social matter that needs a different way of addressing it. There was a question then around the width of Mpumalanga Road. I think the current town planning scheme is looking at that whole space, that crescent, as a possible commercial or activity spine, which then means there will be a need to look at widening that particular road, which will then help even in terms of the tourists that use the handicraft market as a facility to purchase whatever artifacts that they may be interested in. I will say it's that our councillors have pushed in particular for that road to be widened, and therefore it is a work in progress, but there is full sight of the need to have it widened, so it will happen in the near future. Yeah, I think probably that covers. Skating, yes, okay. The question was, it was actually a comment. Our town planning department is working on open spaces. We have an inventory of our open spaces. We've started at Mugela now to redevelop that particular open space. We will be moving around all of our wards, the different townships that are there, to develop the open spaces so that we do have designated spaces where you can do your skating, where you can play different sports, and where we actually have equipment, park equipment, where our children and even ourselves as adults, we can go there and relax. So there's a program that is ongoing along that path. Thank you.
Thank you. Greetings. We have one question that's coming from our online participants. The question is, what steps can one take through the program director? What steps can one take to address a neighbor's tree that encroaches onto your property? Please do report this to the office. Tell us your property details so we are able to engage your neighbor and make them understand that their trees or vegetation, overgrown vegetation, is now becoming a public nuisance to the next neighbor. So we encourage that resident to report to the office so that we can rightfully engage. The question on permits within construction sites, that one, what we normally require as an office is that they must just be written a letter to say that the owner of that construction site, the client, has permitted them to sell whatever commodity they are allowed to sell. They bring that to the office, but we still need to issue them with permits. On the other hand is that the municipality has a mandate to ensure that, one, we facilitate small businesses in town, but also on the other hand, because these are food items, we also regulate the safety of all the items that they're selling. We wouldn't want a case whereby there's food poisoning in a particular site because all of these requirements were not met. So it's important that even if you're in construction site, it's a private property, you allow them, write them a letter to say that you've permitted so and so their ID numbers, and they come to the office with that permission, then we give them a permit accordingly.
Thank you. Through you, Program Director, may I please call my colleague, Ms. Nomfuti Nhlengetra, to continue to give presentations on 3 more bylaws, and then we'll take questions again and follow with the next leg. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Protocol observed. As introduced, I'm Dombifuthi Nhlengetra. I'll be taking you through 3 bylaws, and then thereafter we'll be taking our questions. The first bylaw that I'm going to be talking to is a bylaw on food and safety. As indicated, these bylaws, for all the bylaws that we are going to be, we are unpacking today, they pertain to bylaws that are applicable to people within the municipality of Ezulwini, and then we will delve from time to time in unpacking the exact spectrum of personas or persons who are covered or who should ensure that they observe and adhere to these bylaws once they have passed into law. So the purpose of this bylaw that speaks to food and safety is a bylaw that aims at ensuring that firstly, that the municipality has got a complete and comprehensive database of persons that are handling food. Why so? So that they are able to come closer to them in educating them, facilitating this enterprise, and also ensuring that they are well educated and supported as they venture into handling food products that are consumed by human beings for their safety and well-being. So it regulates the food handling space, and it ensures that food handlers are well educated as they provide food to their customers. It also ensures that in licensing these food handlers, they are equipped and educated in terms of issues relating to hygiene and the promotion of public health. The scope of this bylaw is one that is going to be covering safety requirements, standards of food establishment, as well as the various things that the food handlers need to take care to ensure that they, in executing of providing the services, they ensure that the standard in terms of health and safety is accorded the relevant standard. So it is applicable to owners of food establishment, occupiers of food establishment, being the people who are licensed to render or provide the food service to the customers, as well as the actual food handlers. So it is very important that this bylaw is understood not only by the owners, but also the people who are on the floor who are providing or serving the food to the customers. So it spans from how the food is handled, how the food is processed, how the food is prepared, how it is served, and how the premises are actually cleaned and kept in a proper order. The whole aim why it is a value chain that needs to be observed in terms of health and safety is to ensure that there is no contamination, there is no poisoning, and there are no incidents or issues that need to be followed up in terms of health and safety. And therefore, the value chain is entirely important, including prohibition of contamination, ensuring that surfaces are well sanitized, and ensuring that the people that handle the food are in good health standard and they do not actually transfer their own illnesses through the food or directly to the persons. So it is very important to ensure that the owners and the people who are actually managing the establishment understand that, and they are able to relieve or replace the officers, or rather the people who are serving or preparing the food when they are not in a good health condition or if they need medical attention. It is for this reason that in training or capacitating the food handlers, one of the things that this bylaw unpacks and that the municipality would also be ensuring as they conduct their inspections is to also ensure that the food handlers have valid medical certificates. They are expected as people who are handling food, the entire value chain from the person who is preparing the food and the person who is serving the food, to ensure that they are in good health condition so that they do not transfer their sickness or flu or any similar condition to their customers through contamination on the food. So in ensuring that the food handlers are actually able to appreciate the standard, this will be enforced firstly by ensuring that only people who are licensed, who are permitted by the municipality as per the bylaw, are able to handle or provide the food establishment provide food or serve food in the food establishment sector. The permit is not only just for purposes of frustrating or ensuring that it's a box tick type of thing, but it is also to ensure that the actual standards and the inspections and the guides have actually been unpacked and the people are actually on the database for the necessary support. So the important thing is that the regulation is not for purposes of enforcing or frustrating, but to capacitate and to monitor and to keep the proper standard as per the safety of the users or the end consumers. So the requirements, what the food handler needs to ensure that they do. Firstly, they need to ensure that as new applicants, they make the necessary application. Once the bylaw has come in, they actually make the application to the municipality to ensure that they have been given the permit. In doing that, they will be assisted, or they will ensure that the flow in process in the planning of the actual place, being the restaurant or being the whatever eatery it is in accordance with the standard. It should be structured in such a way that it avoids food contamination. It should be in such a way that whatever happens, if the contamination is in one area, it can be easily arrested as per the standards that would be unpacked as they are being able to attend the necessary health trainings that can be supported by the public health ministries and stuff. As you can see there, the whole, like I understood at the beginning, those bylaws are not meant to be in contradiction with our national legislation. So in coming up with this, in interacting with the relevant stakeholders, with the relevant legislative or national legislation to ensure that they align with the town planning. The municipality observes the ISO standard, and then as per our SWASA standard, we have that standard that speaks to standard on food and manufacturing that we also observe that has been incorporated in the drafting of these bylaws. The other thing that this bylaw speaks to is when it comes to food health and safety, it's the sanitation of sanitary services or facilities within a food establishment. It is very important, as most of our eateries and restaurants are now adhering to the standards, to make sure that where there is food that is being served, there is clean running water. Not only most eateries are not longer providing basins or clean and running water in the bathrooms, but they are also providing in an area that is visible to the user or to the person who's dining at that place, so that they can easily get to the sink and wash their hands, wipe their hands before they eat. So it is very important that those standards are observed, and inspectors from the municipality together with the relevant departments will from time to time inspect and guide and enforce that the standards are maintained. Unfortunately, these inspections sometimes will be announced, but for them to be effective at times and from time to time, they have to be unannounced so that they can find you doing what you do on a day-to-day basis in order to protect yourself as the food handler and also protect the consumers of the food. I note that hand. I will take it after 3 bylaws. Thank you very much. So I think I've covered everything. When it comes to the inspections, the right to inspect, when the inspectors come in, they will expect that the food handler grants them access to the premises, cooperates, and is able to guide them and show them the necessary information or the necessary proof and allow them to run certain tests and do certain verifications. It is expected that food handlers observe the fact that they should monitor and ensure that food that they keep has not reached or exceeded its expiry date. The food should be wholesome, the food should be fresh. Food that was prepared for Tuesday must not be served on Wednesday. We need to ensure that this is done in order to avoid lawsuits, to avoid getting our customers ill, and this will also be one of the standards that will be checked randomly by our users. I think we've seen in the previous and recent times where we see certain municipality getting there, doing the unannounced inspections, and then conducting a forfeiture or removal of certain products as evidence. So we wouldn't want for that to happen once the food handlers have been educated on their obligations. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I will be unpacking our bylaw that speaks to accommodation establishment within Ezulwini. So this bylaw seeks to regulate and provide guidance to businesses that are providing overnight lodging, accommodation, and shelter within the jurisdiction of Ezulwini, with or without meals. Where meals are involved in this bylaw, reference shall be made to our food bylaw as already unpacked just now. So it speaks to accommodation and lodging establishments within Ezulwini, and it includes a spectrum of businesses, which includes hotels, motels, Airbnbs, B&Bs, breakfast inns, anything as long as those premises are being offered to the public for overnight accommodation. Then, but it excludes old age homes. It seeks to regulate and bring control in the use of the premises or the land within the municipality as we provide this accommodation. It aims at ensuring safety, comfort, and quality of accommodation within Ezulwini, knowing very well that Ezulwini is a tourist attraction municipality. So the standard there is one that needs to ensure that our guests and also our fellow neighbors are able to enjoy the benefits of the Ezulwini without the other violating the other parties' rights and privileges. So the whole aim here in providing this guide is for the fact that with the changes and the innovations that have taken place in the tourism space, not only hotels are providing overnight accommodation, but we have more of other innovative emerging accommodations that we have. We have more of Airbnbs, we have more of some other structures or establishments that we are actually now residing within the residential complexes or within the residential areas, which means I, as Ndombi Futhi, may find myself being a neighbor to a person who's running an Airbnb. Whether they are regulated with the tourism or that's a different issue, but the expectation within the municipality is that they should be permitted, they should apply for a license, and they should be licensed, and thereafter they should also ensure that they've adhered to the standards as pronounced by this bylaw. By extension, if this bylaw is adhered to, it will also address and eliminate issues of nuisance, and also adhere to and eliminate issues of noise or any other discomforts that may flow from one other party enjoying his and running his business at the infringement of another person's rights and privileges as a dweller within the municipality. So in terms of this bylaw, accommodation establishment owners or occupiers or operators are expected to ensure that they actually register through a process of application with the municipality. Once they have applied and they have followed the due requirements, they will be issued, and the inspections have been done to ensure that the quality of the premises is fit for purpose. The municipality will issue the certificate, the license. Once you have a valid license, it is very important that for a person who walks in, such as myself, into a accommodation establishment, I will want to ensure that it is indeed an accommodation establishment, so that should anything happen to me, I know the starting point, that I was not just lodging in a place that is not fit for purpose. So it is important that the certificate must be plugged and it must be made visible at the entrance, where a person who wants to lodge is able to view and satisfy themselves. But it is also important to note that it is only valid for a year. Once it has been granted, it will only be valid for a year. Therefore, because the municipality is busy and doing so many other things in trying to ensure that all the various departments and all the various sectors within all the wards are being able to be serviced, it is very important to ensure that you do not apply for a renewal when only 1 week is left before its expiry. We should afford the municipality at least 30 days before the expiry of the certificate, wherein you must, the license wherein you must apply. 60 days, 30 days. When it comes to the question of transfer, as to the question whether it can be transferred from one occupier or a rightful user to the other, it can be, but subject to a notification and application to the municipality for the round. You may find that there is a transfer, that the certificate is still valid and there is a change of ownership. The person who steps into the shoes of the previous owner will be able to continue till the end of that valid certificate. But they would have to tender their own application at the end of that valid certificate or valid license, because the standards, remember, we are not certifying that you can just work, but we are certifying as the municipality that the establishment is fit for what it is being certified to be able and licensed to provide services in. So a separate application would then be forwarded by the going concern or by the new user or buyer of the premises, or the business in particular. You must apply then, this now speaks to the transitional period. We know that these bylaws have not passed into law at this point in time, but after they pass into law, it will be expected that people who need to comply with the bylaw, on whom the bylaw is relevant and applicable, they should know that they will not have the liberty of just taking a further 12 months before they adhere to the bylaw. There will be a transitional period of 6 months within which applicants are expected to understand the bylaw, inquire on clarities relating to the bylaw, and finish their applications for consideration and approval or guidance as to what it is that they need to fix before they can be allowed to or granted a certificate. I've spoken about renewal, liability or accountability. This speaks to a provision that indemnifies the municipality from being held liable wherein it has issued a certificate. When it issues a certificate or a license to a certificate holder who is an accommodation establishment owner of a business, the municipality is not taking liability for the actions of the user or of the business person. The municipality is basically endorsing that these premises are within our jurisdiction, the application has been done, the necessary inquiry and inspection has been conducted, and upon conducting the inspection, the applicant qualified at that time. The guidelines have been given and the municipality is committing to constantly inspecting in terms of the bylaw. But should the applicant or should the holder of the certificate not adhere, or as they are running their business find themselves conducting themselves in a way that will attract liability or obligations, it will not be an obligation that is shared jointly or severally with the municipality. They are indemnified. The municipality is only responsible as far as it has issued the certificate, and of course it will regulate as far as it can in terms of the legislation. But the duty vests on the owner. Accommodation establishments, I've mentioned this one, the one that also provides food will have to ensure that it adheres to the food bylaw. And also when it comes to the discarding or disposal of waste, the waste disposal bylaw is applicable entirely, even on this particular resident overcrowding. The license that forms part of the certification and approval by the municipality of the accommodation establishment will provide guidelines and will be accompanied by guidelines that will outline the parameters within which the user and the certificate holder is supposed to ensure that they adhere to. One of the things that can cause the municipality to retract or suspend or to caution and give a timeline within which certain corrective measures should be put in place is the issue of overcrowding. It is very important that once you have been granted the license, you familiarize yourself with the guidelines and you adhere to those guidelines. It has been noted as we were engaging with our stakeholders that one of the issues for concern is the issue of overcrowding. So if the accommodation is meant to accommodate 20 people and 2 people in a room, it is expected that you do just that as the user. Inspections, I've already spoken about inspections. As I mentioned at the beginning, for every law, there has to be some enforcement mechanism that encourages people who are thinking of the possibility of what is it that I can do to evade or avoid complying with the rules. So we do have enforcement measures in the form of fines that encourage people to comply. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our next bylaw is a bylaw on gated communities. Ezulwini Municipality has quite a number of these. Gated communities that include residential compounds, high housing estate, apartments within the jurisdiction. It will always just be limited to the jurisdiction of the of Ezulwini. This bylaw seeks to govern the planning, the development, maintenance, management of infrastructure, as well as the application process for being recognized and certified as a gated estate. It seeks to ensure the safety, functionality, and overall well-being of residents while maintaining the community's ethics and values. It also seeks to oversee the safety, security, access control, as well as access control and well-being of the residents, promoting a community of harmony and compliance with the local laws. It is very common and expected that once I'm sorry, dear. I'm going to make reference to your question, which I very much appreciated. So I want to mention that it is very expected, or it is not a far-fetched thing for a person who does have a right or who has certain privileges to frown upon anyone who seeks to now step and try to direct as to how you are supposed to enjoy your right. But within a municipality, being a structured and law enforcing entity that is empowered to do that through legislation, it is very important that we formalize the processes of ensuring that we cascade and we socialize the users or the people who enjoy those rights into this. So what this bylaw seeks to do, together with its guidelines and its rules, is to ensure that there is no confusion on people who reside in gated communities, among other things, in thinking that now that I'm in a gated community, I'm also only a subject of the homeowners association, and there is now no relationship whatsoever with the municipality. So further to that, the homeowners association, which would be the entity that, or the body that replicates the position, or like duplicates the position of the municipality within the establishment, is to show and demonstrate that there is a collaboration, there is a relationship as an extension in still upholding the standards that are set by the municipality through this bylaw. So in a gated community, we will note that in it being gated, there are certain infrastructures and standards and rules that they will seek to ensure that are appreciated by the users there through these owners associations. So the question now becomes, there are gated communities, or there are communities that currently regard themselves as gated communities. And there are those communities in the engagements that we've had with our valued stakeholders. There are communities that feel their well-being or their livelihood would be better off if they are recognized as gated communities. So they want to organize themselves and present themselves as gated communities for approval. So these bylaws seek to provide a framework and a guide as to how they can go about in tendering their applications and what the standards and expectations will be as they apply to the municipality, as long as they fall within these. One of the things that we also would like to highlight when we unpack the issue or confront the issue of certain areas within the Ezulwini municipality where the respective owners of property would have the desire to be formed as a gated estate is the fact that we mentioned that any bylaws or any rights and powers that the municipality has, it has those rights deriving them by extension from the national legislation. So it is very important to note that some may tender their application only to find that for various reasons it conflicts with certain standards and requirements in the national legislation, including those that would want to have a perimeter fence within their area and have it as a gated estate, only to find that there's a national road that passes through, therefore it can never be gated. So those are some of the things and opportunities that the applicants are able to have conversations with the municipality as their applications would be considered. So how do you go about in preparing for your application? You come together, you apply to the municipality, submit your layout plans. You need to formalize yourself so that you are able to have a concrete presentation that you're going to forward in terms of your planning and your desire, including your infrastructure, including how we are going to ensure that the environmental issues are taken care of, and how we are going to ensure that the planning is in line with the standards as required by the municipality. So you set up the homeowners association, which will be relevant for the governance and management as well as administration of the gated community. There would be the front runners for purposes of collaborating and pushing through the application. One of the things that the municipality will also consider as part of the application is your plan around the drainage as well as energy related issues. So your municipality or your water services people and their plan and their expectations would have to be part of the people that you do consult as you prepare your application. Like I said, water conservation, safe electrical installation, power supplies installation, and waste management. The legislation that is relevant to that would have to be part of the guidelines that you would have to consider as you prepare your application. Gated securities would ordinarily have security, but that does not mean once your gated premises have security, it means you are not going to grant access to our Royal Eswatini Police Force or to our fire people and everything. The people who are statutorily legislated to have access to your premises will continuously have access to your premises, including the municipality inspectors. Responsibilities of residents within a gated estate or within a gated premises, assuming that now your establishment or rather your area has been approved, it's now gated, there's security and there's no free access for all. It is expected that they uphold all the other bylaws, including our nuisance bylaw, noise bylaw, and everything to ensure that firstly, the safety within this gated community. Secondly, there is fair balance of I'm enjoying my right, am I infringing on my neighbor's right? So we need to live in harmony and in peace for the other to be able to enjoy their property. The common areas within a gated estates, that will be part of the standards that the municipality will have to look into. The common areas within the gated estate, they need to be kept in a certain way and at a certain standard. Comply with the rules, not only the gated estate rules, but also with the guidelines and rules and bylaws of the municipality. Then the general one, the one that Ezulwini people are known for, respect for each other. Enforcement. The municipality officers, environmental inspectors, and zoning officers, so all the other bylaws that we will be referring to. It's a good thing that one of our attendees mentioned the issues of intrusion within even private properties. So all these things where there is an intruder, sometimes the intruder is even not an intruder, but an offender, someone who's disrespecting the other, where the municipality will still be available to assist to bring peace and order together with the supporting statutory enforcers. We will still have access to that. So the provisions relating to penalties and enforcement measures will still be applicable there. Maybe one thing that we didn't emphasize on since the beginning today is the fact that from time to time when we make reference to penalties and fines, the bylaws have, or the structure within the municipality is such that it is not imposed on the residents, and then it's at its finality. Wherever the penalty has been imposed or a fine imposed, or a verdict, a decision has been issued that is unfavorable to the recipient, where they feel that they are not satisfied with whatever, they can appeal. But that doesn't mean you must just appeal to a straightforward fine where you have, yes, you can, because it's your right. But the important thing that is, with the bylaw, it's a regulated space, and so you need to toe the line, ask, be assisted, and if not, and the arm of the law in terms of enforcement will come to play. Thank you. Think I've gone. Any questions? Yes, Ms. Villane.
And thank you, Ms. Klingetwa, for your presentation. My question is around the bylaws for gated communities, to say which bylaws then are superior to the other in terms of the gated community having its own bylaws and the municipality having its own, like in terms of application. Am I then compelled to comply with the ones for my gated community, or are these ones the standard that would be considered?
Rules versus bylaws, right?
But I think by application, they are probably rules, yes.
More questions? Or there's none?
Good morning. So my question is around the gated communities, but more around access with the amount of vehicles trying to get into these areas. Specifically, we're talking about up by the new hospital, where there's that little hairpin bend going down to the exams council, and there's a gated communities down there. Is municipality going to widen those sorts of roads? I know you were talking about Mpumalanga Road, but there's a big congestion there. And even this morning, driving here where the new gated community is by Central Bank, there's a big problem there with traffic. They need to move the boom further down and create a bigger space, because the communities now where you're trying to protect them are creating problems on the road. So if you could just note that, please, under this section.
Good morning.
Morning.
My comment is around the accommodation establishments, and I would like to highlight a couple of issues. When considering how much we have to pay for our licenses, please could you take into consideration that there's many other things that we have to pay for. For example, company license, trading license, tourism levy. Now we've got an extra cost to pay. So please be reasonable when deciding the amount on this. The second thing is, I think the bylaws need to differentiate better between all the accommodation establishments, what the lodge, hotel, homestay, guest house. We can't have the same rules apply to all of us. For example, hotels have your concierge who comes and meets you and helps you into the establishment. Some guest houses are much smaller and can't afford to have such a large staff complement. So we would like things like that taken into consideration. The third thing is that Ezulwini now has lots and lots of accommodation establishments. So there's a lot of competition. Maybe at some point the council can look at regulating some of those, because
in a street, I know the last time there was a complaint that in a street you find that there's 5, 6, 7 accommodation establishments, and this does lead to problems this does lead to problems of noise levels, etc. And I think that's the reason why we've had to look at these bylaws. Also, some of the people who run these establishments actually don't live in the premises. So as a result, they don't have proper control. So maybe those are some of the things that the bylaws can also look into. I think that's the end of my comments.
Thank you. Good morning. This is Tembi from EWSC. I just wanted to clarify, or rather to find out whether you have considered meters and water supply infrastructure being positioned outside the gated communities, because once it's a gated community, we will be traversing laid down infrastructure like your roads and street infrastructure. So I'd like the bylaws to consider that. And also segregation of waste, either by the building regulations or the bylaws, to include fat traps, so that the fatty foods from restaurants, residential communities or restaurants doesn't go into the sewer network to interfere with the treatment processes there. You also discussed something about access to include the Royal Eswatini Police and others. Maybe you can also include the suppliers of water and water supply infrastructure services.
Sorry, there's a request that you repeat the very last comment on access.
Okay. You were speaking about access control into gated communities. Amongst those who should be allowed access, the bylaws should consider water supply services, or rather supply services personnel to be allowed to access, because Nyalonje Guta, these prepaid meters, those are right outside your gate, inside the gated community. So access is also required there.
Noted. Thank you. Can we attempt to respond to the round that has already? Then we will take the next set.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe I'll just try and partially respond to some of these, and then I'll defer to the municipality for some of the ones that are specific to them. In respect to the gated communities, I think the question is around the fact that there already are established rules within the gated communities, and which one now supersedes between the bylaws and those rules. I'd have to say the bylaws actually do supersede, but the bylaws do provide that the recognition of the homeowners association is one of the requirements of the bylaw by the municipality, so that the municipality, because the municipality has an interest in respect to how the structure for governance within the gated community is. You will recall that the gated community, the interest is to make sure that the necessary infrastructure is within place, which is why therefore the bylaws do provide some standards in respect of service providers in respect to water and other utility services, which are going to an interest to the municipality, but we understand that they also are meant to assist the residents of that particular gated community to get quality of their accommodation. I hope that actually sufficiently answers the question.
And then in respect to the issue of accommodation establishments, I think it's well noted that the regulatory compliance requirements sometimes repetitive and possibly excessive. This has been noted before in the previous engagements, and I believe it's something that as the request is to apply reasonability within is possible from the municipality point of view. But I would like to indicate that one of the things that came out as possibly even frustrating for us as we were doing preliminary stakeholders with many of the regulatory sectors within a Swatini company, registration, trading license, and so on and so forth, they presently insist on the charges that they have and for the various categories that they have. Possibly maybe this issue may have to be addressed at a national policy level. But it is noted that it is quite burdensome on businesses. And then the demarcation between accommodation establishments, I think that is well noted. Maybe the municipality may add on that, but my comment would be that the bylaws presently are just providing for the basics of regulation of accommodation establishments. And I believe that it is possible to cater for specific circumstances for varying accommodation establishments as and when they arise, possibly in the bylaws themselves, or maybe even in guidelines that may be developed within the municipality, depending on the obtaining circumstances within the municipality. And then in respect to too many establishments, I think maybe I'll just defer this question to the municipality.
Good morning. My name is Sihlem Kacha. I am the town planner at the Ezulwini Municipality. I believe I'm been tasked to respond to some of the questions, especially on accommodation establishments and gated communities. I think our consultant has responded on which is superior, but I think the one thing I'd like maybe to explain is that these bylaws are meant to assist in the establishment, one, of new communities. So a community would be a specific developer coming in to introduce a township within the Ezulwini community. So when you want to establish the township, there are two processes. First is the process of how you establish a township as per the Human Settlement Authority Act, which is if you want to develop anything more than 4 plots, you are establishing a township. And then if you wish, out of establishing that township, to then have a gated community, this bylaw then applies, which includes how you're going to establish what we currently have now. The homeowners associations, some of them even have a constitution of how they're going to run the specific community. There are areas that this bylaw was basically introduced to say these are now the areas where the current rules within the new gated communities and the current gated communities can go into, such as regulation of land use, for example. The rules and regulations can't say you can have your preschool here or you can have whatever here. That lies within the jurisdiction of the municipality. So that's what really the bylaw is trying to do, to separate what is permitted to be part also of the rules and regulations that go into the rules and regulations documents of the gated communities and what remains within the jurisdiction of the municipality. The issue of the access road, I think that one is well noted. I wanted to also clarify on that one that the gated community specifically is the one down the road, but there is no gated community by Central Bank. But I think our engineer was noting the issue of the road widening and our challenges with our access roads just within the urban area in general. And in the accommodation establishments, we are noting the issue of the fee payments, but I wanted to also clarify that within the municipality, the only fees that we pay, one, are for when you are applying to have an accommodation establishment. It could be a rezoning application, it could be a special consent application. that is where a fee is paid to council. That is a once-off fee for the application process. The second, in the case the property is rezoned into a commercial, for example, the property rates will change to accommodate the commercial zone that the property is now sits on. So that is the second payment that you will make on an annual basis, which is the property rates. We do not have any other accommodation payments that are made towards these. I believe then what our consultant has mentioned applies, that it is now the other national payments that are made towards accommodation establishments in the country and the tourism sector. I think the last one was on the differentiating hotels, bed and breakfasts, guest houses. Definitely that is in the pipeline. Part of our town planning scheme is to differentiate that. Our town planning scheme needs to be clear on that a hotel. In fact, it even differentiates where you can establish a hotel. We cannot have a hotel within a residential area. There are certain accommodation establishments that can be located there. How big they should be, how many rooms, for example, they should be, what activities can be permitted within that area. It is all going to be part of our scheme. If it is not part of the scheme calls for a policy that regulates specifically the different types of accommodation establishments and what those must look like within our community. Thank you.
Thanks, TP. I think my comment really is just to let us know or aware around the issue of accommodation establishments that we are, as an office, working closely with the Ministry of Tourism and with the Ministry of Commerce in a way to better regulate what happens around accommodation establishments, particularly which are meant for tourism purposes, because we believe that there has been a gap in that space. So the better collaboration within the three entities, obviously we are coming in under the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, the better the collaboration, the better it will be on the ground, hopefully across the whole spectrum on how these are run and how they are licensed also. Thank you.
The question on whether there are requirements for food establishment, commercial or eateries in town to segregate their waste, including fatty traps. I believe that is in order. In our inspections, that's currently ongoing to make sure that they do have traps whereby they are not disposing of their fatty material into the sewer lines. It is currently ongoing. However, I do believe and trust that there's always room to conduct more civic education to those outlets to make sure that that is being done. The office is currently inspecting and making sure that all these facilities do separate their fats from the normal sewer line.
Okay, do we have any questions online? Okay.
Okay, good morning. And I think my first comment, the CEO has almost responded to it. I just wanted to add that, is it possible for the bylaws on the establishment of accommodation to insist on this collaboration with the Ministry of Commerce and the Ministry of Tourism? Because as a municipality, that is what we often struggle with in our meetings, where we find that we have not granted the necessary permission to a guest house, for instance, but there already is a license from the Ministry of Commerce. So I was wondering if we could insist on this collaboration in our bylaws. And then the second comment I had, I just wanted to find out if there is a relationship with the two bylaws, the informal trader and the one on food and safety health bylaw, to just find out if, I think when the presentation was made, it was about how the person who's preparing the food needs to look, the utensils, the cleanliness, and I was wondering if there is a relationship with the informal trader. And then a gated community, if you see what I just want to encourage that you are welcome to visit the office when you make your rules as a gated community, just to ensure that there is no conflicts, as you are asking which one then supersedes at some point. And then my final comment, I'm just hitching a ride on the submission made on Butleni Road. It's a road that I use daily because I live down that road. And I just want to commend the residents of that area, including myself, because about 18 residents signed a petition to the municipality for the widening of the road, which petition the municipality approved, and works have commenced. I think this morning I noticed that they were redoing the road markings on the road. So I want just to encourage other residents to say, if there is an issue that you have, approach your ward councillor, because issues need to be properly be before the agenda of the municipality, and for a matter to get on the agenda of the municipality, it needs to come either by way of petition or by way of motion. Thank you.
Just a quick question on the food handlers' medical certificates. Again, and just on the burden of SMEs running businesses. Now, I fully subscribe to healthy food preparation, but we've got some things that become practices that have no real value. And I would just be interested in knowing the actual value that these 6 monthly checks actually give. You know, when I go and apply for a passport or an ID document, I need to get a medical health certificate that certifies whether I'm an idiot or not. And I'm sure many people have had to collect those certificates. Most medical practitioners that I've spoken to have got a very dim view of the value of those certificates. So my question is particularly about these. Now, if somebody's got flu or got a cold, that's a management issue. They should be sent home. It's not going to be detected on a 6 monthly basis. So my understanding is how many people are likely to be rejected from getting a certificate? Because if there's a significant number of people that are blocked from providing that particular service because of a medical condition, and the medical condition then gets dealt with. But if it just becomes a procedure where no one ever gets rejected, because you can choose when you go and get your medical certificate, and you wouldn't go there if you're full of cold and flu. So my question is it actually achieving what we needed to achieve? Or are we just sending somebody? I'm not even sure whether we can do occupational health in Ezulwini. We've got to send somebody to Mbabane. We've got to send somebody to Matsapa. It's a half a day of logistics to get the person there and back. It costs money. And all it is just stamping a piece of paper that makes no difference in the workplace. So my question would be if we can look at that, and I know there is national legislation as well, but these are the burdens that are very difficult for SMEs to deal with, and I think we should be aiding people to run businesses and not just putting paper procedures in place. And then just the last one is just in terms of accommodation facilities. I'm glad to hear there's no annual fees for re-getting your permit to be an accommodation thing. It's a question I've asked council as well, and it wasn't discussed. I certainly will be keeping my eye on that on council. We certainly as accommodation establishments don't need any more burdens of fees. So my other question is in terms of, I understand that the bylaws are putting in place the right for the municipality to inspect various things. But the question is, where does the actual specification on what they are inspecting come from? Now, I understand basic things of cleanliness and stuff, but if you decide to have a TV in your room or you decide not to have a TV in your room, You know, that to me is something that the owner of the establishment needs to look at. If you decide you're going to have a mirror that is this big or that big, again, these are things. If you decide to have a dormitory that sleeps 12 people, that again is that's a marketing decision. So my question is, where do we formulate the regulations that control that? Because we've spoken about the power to do it, but I would like to think that it's a bottom-up process where members of the industry actually sit down and say, you know, if it's this type, if it's a guest house, it should be run like this. If it's a B&B, it should be done like that. I do think we need a bottom-up process of actually defining what makes these various categories of accommodation attractive to potential customers. Thank you.
Sorry, I just wanted to go back to the gated community where you had said Central Bank is not a gated community and kind of pushed that a little bit aside. What I was referring to is the businesses that have created access control points, which slows down traffic, that I would like Town Council to look at, because it creates, if the boom is too close to the main road, it's a big problem. So in your town planning and your roads planning is to please allow like space for all of these people to access work in the morning. It's no longer a case of 50 cars just driving in and parking. Every car has to stop, every car's getting checked, their license is being scanned, and then it creates delays on the road for everybody else. So that was kind of my point to the Central Bank access control.
Thanks. I was actually about to talk about the Central Bank one, but I think the clarity that you have provided, I think it's something that our town planning department, together with our engineering section, will look at. The one on health, I will ask our health officer to respond to it, dealing with the 6-month checks. Mr. Mhlongo, sir.
Thank you. All protocol observed. My name is Vincent Mhlongo. I'm the public health officer. Well, in response to in terms of the medical checkups, I may highlight that it is a requirement by the legislation, which is the Public Health Regulations of 1973, which states that there's a need for anyone who's going to cook food for the public to be certified by a medical examiner before probably providing the services of handling food in a food establishment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mhlongo. Just to add on, what requirements are you looking for when you're doing your inspection? Is that from the food regulations, we take the requirements that are in that legislation and we develop checklists. So we are checking for compliance in terms of that legislation. With the medical, I think one of the things that the consultant explained was that with the bylaws, we need to be careful not to remove any requirements from the national legislation. And until the national legislation reviews the need to have a medical certificate every 6 months, then the bylaws ought to support what the national legislation is requiring, which at the current moment is requiring a medical certificate every 6 months. It is true that the owner of a premise is responsible, other than the 6 months, to have a management program to say that when a person is sick, they must declare their sickness and that person must be removed immediately from touching food or preparing food. So those are the conditions that are stated in the current Public Health Act national legislation that we have. And as a town council, we ought to then comply to those nationally. The issue of it being cumbersome, we are engaging with doctors on how we can have a pop-up, say they come and service the town on a particular Thursday, so that makes it easier to cut the burden of the food handlers having to travel to Mbabane or Manzini to do this test. So that is one area where they have raised a concern. It is very valid, and we are engaging on how and where can we have a facility where doctors can come into the town on a particular day and conduct those food tests. Thank you.
The mayor had asked about if we could use or look at the bylaws to help enforce collaboration. It's probably a tricky one, but I think in terms of where we are at now in those engagements, I think we are comfortable enough to say we are definitely moving forward. Among some of the things that has been agreed is that any new application, be it an accommodation establishment that happens in a municipality, they will not finalize licensing without engaging with that particular municipality. So it's just to see that we do have traction along that one. Mayor has also spoken to the issue of Ngonini Road. I think we can take advantage of this gathering to indicate that our town engineering department has made a full matrix, a priority matrix in terms of all the roads that need to be developed within the next 5 years. We've done preliminary costings on those, and Ngonini Road is one of those roads which we are looking at. Residents may also be conscious of the work that we are doing, particularly on the private right of ways or servitudes, trying to fix them to place them in a position where it is easy to travel on. We know that some of the owners of those roads are agitated around that, but we are also saying there must be a public good in terms of the services that we provide within the municipality. We are engaging with them. It obviously takes time to get to conclusions, but we have taken a position to say, let us rather ensure that residents travel on well-kept and well-maintained roads, and then we continue with our discussions then to continuously leave potholes on the roads, because then they become an expense either on the resident or visitors within our community. So there are those discussions going on, but we've taken a bird eye view on all the roads within the municipality and working on them as much as we are able to within the budgets that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. See, then there was a council by the mayor. There was a question by the mayor where she was asking whether there is a relationship between the food and health and safety bylaw as well as the informal traders bylaw. Yes, I can confirm that there's a relationship between the two. Reason being that the whole introduction of the informal traders bylaw is to ensure that, among other things, besides regulating the industry, it provides facilities and capacity to the traders to ensure that they adhere to health and safety standards. So one of the things that this bylaw regulates is not only the area that is designated and the times, but it's also the infrastructure or the facilities or the conduct within which they should ensure that they adhere to, which includes the cleanliness. It includes the same standards that are provided for under the health and safety, the washing of hands, the ensuring that the area is not muddy and contaminated, water is standing, and all those things. So the areas that would be designated by the municipality will be provided at the right time with the right facility. They will ensure that they educate them, and they will ensure that there are restrooms, there are all the infrastructures that would enable them to adhere to the standard that is equivalent or at least matches in transiting them towards the standard as expected under the formal sector, which is the food establishment. Because most of our informal traders within Ezulwini would be handling food, so the standard is matched to a great extent. Thank you.
Just a quick one. I'm sitting here thinking, Ranga is my name, by the way. I'm the director for Mananga, the institution here. To think about educational establishment in terms, because they, in terms of accommodation, catering, and so on, also have special needs, I think. I just wondered.
Thanks for the question. We currently do not have a bylaw on education institutions. But if this is a proposal, I think we will then have to look at it, working obviously together with the Minister of Education. It may be necessary because it does happen that in municipalities you do get institutions which are not rightly licensed and they operate, and over time they become a burden to parents who are funding education for their students. I think it's very rampant within our neighbors. So it's something that may have value to look at.
But also, thank you. It's the first point you made is actually valid, which is really about accredited institutions working within the municipality that they can be regulated. I think we should look into that. But I'm saying that educational establishments may also be interested in having accommodation which is available not only for your students but also for the public, because they are in the business of training education establishment issues. So you can train people who are going to use accommodation which is available for the public. So they were, even food-wise, same thing. We train people to cook food, but the food is also sold to the public. So it's just a thinking of whether there are regulatory issues around that area.
Maybe can I just respond quickly while we maybe go for the next comment we may have. So our town planning scheme designates institutions such as schools, universities, hospitals under the public facility zoning. The public facility zoning permits for the development of institutional housing or student accommodation, but it is specifically for the use of the institution. Now, a public facility, once you have the public facility zoning, according to the Rating Act, you are no longer rated as you are a public facility. So now there's that issue of the public facility using it for commercial uses. There is that challenge, which is why it just clears it out and designates that if you're a public facility, the whole facility, including its accommodation, must be used only for the facility's purposes. In the case that you would like to designate a separate area within the same property for commercial use, you then have to subdivide the property. Where you now have a specific portion that will be rated specifically for the commercial use, separate from the public facility side. It's the same thing with churches. It's the same thing with, universities that also may have accommodation for the institution. Thank you, Theo.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen,
Thank you. Just a follow-up on the educational facilities. My question would be, do the bylaws on food handling and handlers, just after what the town planner has explained, apply with them, because they're now not using it for commercial use, but it is for those students that are consuming from internally? How far do we go as the municipality in terms of examining and follow up on the food that is being prepared there, even the standard of the accommodation as well?
Thank you for the question. The Public Health Act specifies, even our bylaw specifies, that there will be no operation of any establishment, whether it's a non-food, whether it's food, anything that needs to be operated in the urban jurisdiction must be inspected. And as per the category, the inspection will then follow suit. If it's a food establishment, it will have the requirements for a food establishment. If it's a hostel accommodation, it will have requirements. If it's a home office, we will have those separate requirements. So, konke lokuba sedolobheni kuyafuna kuhlolwa. No operation shall be permitted until you are cleared. That's the word that we use. All businesses need to be cleared. Whether corporate offices, they need to be cleared and be granted a health clearance by the municipality after there are no non-compliances.
Okay, this one is the last one. Since we are saying that establishment is not going to be used for commercial use, how are we going to know as the municipality that it is not now used for commercial use?
Thanks, Councillor Mbingo, for that question. There's an exercise that municipalities are going to be working on. I think it started, if it's not in Manzini, if I'm not mistaken, Manzini or Matapa. We will be working in collaboration with the Revenue Authority. Amongst the things that they are looking at are all businesses of all different types within a municipality, so that they are able to clearly identify economic activity which is happening within those areas. First and foremost is to create awareness in terms of how they need to comply. Now that information also becomes important to us to address exactly the question which Councillor Mbingo is talking about. I think we will be informing residents as ERS gets to our shores on how this awareness creation, capacitation exercise is going to unfold. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've undergone 50% of our program. We're exactly at half point. I would like to invite you for a break, a 15 minutes tea break. Looking at my time, we will resume at 11:30, where we will proceed with the other 5 bylaws and the user fee. Thank you very much. Tea has been served just outside the foyer. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, can I please acknowledge the presence of the Royal Ezulwini Police Service, our partners from Ezulwini Clinic, Satellite Clinic, Mananga College, Bethel Court, Eswatini Environmental Authority, the media from the Times of Eswatini, and the Ministry of Labor representative. We thank you for taking the time to come and engage with us regarding a pivotal part of the stakeholder engagement process for the bylaws establishment in Ezulwini. We do encourage, ladies and gentlemen, for continued robust discussions, and the officers of council are available even after the meeting. If there are any questions that you might not have able to ask during the session that was provided, they are available for your questions and to continue engaging with you. And the council as well, the council office is also available. You as a resident, ratepayer, stakeholder are welcome at any time to pop in, and we can be able to engage further as well. We will continue, ladies and gentlemen, with the presentation of our bylaws. We have 5 more bylaws to present to you, and the user fees. We will proceed with the same approach that we used before the tea break, which was 3 bylaws, and we will then open the floor for discussions, comments, and questions. Without wasting any time, I'd like to call back our consultant, who will proceed with the presentation of the next 3 bylaws. Thank you very much.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We'll jump right straight into our next bylaw, which is occupational health and safety. This bylaw is a bylaw that seeks to regulate occupational safety and health at the workplace. It seeks to ensure that social, mental, and physical well-being of workers, including preventative measures, are put in place to avoid and mitigate the likelihood of injuries and exposure to disease. The objects of this bylaw. This bylaw seeks to promote and ensure safety, health, well-being of employees within the Ezulwini Municipality, which speaks to the fact that if you are an employer or you are running a business wherein you have employees under your care, you are to ensure that you have full understanding and you adhere to this bylaw in ensuring that you safeguard the safety of the employees and all other personnel that may be within your premises. Am I audible? Thank you very much. These bylaws are applicable to, this particular bylaw is applicable to all persons, employers, employees within a workplace, establishment, businesses, and other related industries, and they extend to not just the relationship of between an employer and an employee, but they extend to what we call the world of work, which is wider than just the workplace. We will touch on that at the relevant time. Duties of the employers regards this bylaw. So the employer in terms of this bylaw is to ensure that they understand all the risks that are associated with being employers or opening their premises or businesses to employees, to themselves as employers, any other person who is providing a service at the workplace, including people who are there to render certain services, or anyone within your premises. So these bylaws will not only have to be applicable or enforceable in order to protect just the employees, but anyone that has got access or that is present at your business or at your workplace. So what is it that the employer is supposed to do in terms of these bylaws? They are supposed to ensure that they understand the standards, the rules, and the regulations that relate to workplace safety. They put in place a preventative plan. They roll out the preventative plan, not just on paper, but factually it is rolled out, top down, down up, so that everyone that is within the workplace has full appreciation of the preventative plan. The preventative plan is not a stagnant instrument, but it is a life plan that needs to be reviewed from time to time, depending on the factors that emerge in order to make it a workable and a real document or a real plan. So some of the things that needs to be done is to ensure that, because it is not only meant to safeguard or to protect people who are 100% employees at the workplace, but anyone that interacts with your business, it must be a plan that is accommodating of the fact that we are going to be having people that are walking into your premises to receive a service or provide a service, or for whatever reason, and they should also be catered for by this preventative plan. How do we do that? We have to have a preventative plan that is not limited to the people that are working there in terms of appreciating it, which means there should be signage, there should be guidelines, there should be pioneers or front runners that are able to be responsive in the event that there is an incident that needs to be mitigated. Refresher trainings need to be conducted for the employees at the workplace so that they know how to respond and how to react where an incident happens. So what needs to happen with regards to the preventative plan is that the employers together with the employees should collaborate and understand the fact that when certain drills or certain measures in terms of training and the actual incident mitigation and response take place, there is an obligation on all to respond adequately, timely, in accordance with the rules that would be appreciated at that time. So it is the prerogative of the employer to ensure that all parties and all relevant people that are supposed to lead and disseminate the information are actually well equipped and trained in order to be line leaders in these preventative measures. One of the things that needs to take place in order to ensure, besides the training, is proper design at the workplace in order to be able to mitigate, have a plan, mitigate, and avoid or combat any incidents from occurring. Is that the plan should be executed. There must be clear signs. There must be evacuation processes or procedures that are well appreciated by the relevant persons. When we speak to evacuation procedures, I can think of evacuation procedure at my workplace that I would want to roll out. But I am a subject matter expert through training, but I am not a subject matter expert at the highest level. Therefore, it is very important for us to be able to contact, as the employers, contact the relevant subject matter experts, which in this case may also include the municipality as well as the fire departments, in order to ensure that the exit points and everything are put in the plan in accordance with the appropriate standard. So the employer needs to ensure that in having this plan is not only appreciated by the employer, but the employees at large have full appreciation by ensuring that there are posters, there are signs, there are boards that are in place. In the event these are in place and there are any changes that are put up by the employer for whatever reason, it may be because the fire department has come and they have conducted their drills and they realize that maybe the emergency exit is not properly placed, or for whatever reason, and then it is signage has been placed or certain changes have been done. We should the employer should ensure that trainings and actual drills are conducted in order to make the people to fully appreciate the preventative measures that have been upgraded. So it is not necessarily going to be exactly as it was 10 months ago or 15 months ago. It will change from time to time, but the important thing is that the signs should be put up and the trainings should advise accordingly. So what happens now when a non-employee is at the workplace and there is a need for the preventative measure to be put in place? It is very important that the tools that need to be there in order to audibly as per the vision of that particular person for purposes of reacting are put in place. There must be the necessary speakers if there will be an announcement to say evacuate. The alarm systems must be in place. The employer must ensure that the alarm systems are actually maintained. Fire dictators, because this also speaks to our fire bylaw, fire dictators must also be serviced. They must be in place. We do not want to see the smoke from the kitchen now emerging in the by the reception area when the kitchen is, it could have been easily contained at the kitchen or at the cooking place. So we need to make sure that all the tools that may be in the checked list that needs to be in place before the municipality to approve and say the inspection went well are not only there on record, but they are actually serviced, and from time to time as an employer you do the checks to ensure that they're still functional. So the employees also have a duty to collaborate and cooperate. How they are supposed to do that is that if at the workplace some of the requirements that are in place is that protective wear must be worn, they should wear protective wear at all times. They must observe the safety rules, they must follow instructions, they must attend trainings, and they must do as guided from time to time and at all times. Systematically, they must correct anything that needs to be corrected in terms of the safety kits and in terms of the conduct post any drillings or post any trainings. They also do have the general duty to exercise reasonable care as they move around and conduct themselves within the workplace. I said this bylaw is actually introducing and enforcing and promoting the need for preventative plans and preventative measures to be put in place. So it is expected of the employer to include a workplace preventative measure in its risk assessment. Different risks prevail in different industries. The risk that prevails at ERS may be different from the risk that prevails at EPH. So it is very important that your evacuation plan or your preventative plan speaks to the nature of your industry. So if it's an industry where fire, it's very much easy to have fire erupt in that place, it is very important that you put in place measures that ensure that in the event of fire, you are able to arrest it within the limited place and you are able to mitigate or combat extensive impact of that incident. So you provide training, standard training and specific training meant to arrest or combat the likelihood of the risk from emerging. Supply the necessary tools and also monitor the adherence to this standard. Most importantly, the structure, the setup, the infrastructure itself within that business environment must demonstrate that it is emergency prepared responsive. We do not expect that we have a preventative measure in place. We have these fire drills that we conduct from time to time. We have a preventative plan, but we have known and accepted certain conduct or certain patterns that we do that hinder evacuation exit points. Maybe as you move towards your assembly point, there's an overgrown tree there. There are street vendors that are actually selling or whatsoever activity that happens in your emergency assemble point. Then it means the whole process is futile. I have seen from time to time certain establishments will have everything in place. They will have a sign for an emergency assembly area, but you will find that there's a huge bakkie that is always parked in that parking space, which is now viewed as a parking space. This happens even in establishments that you would not expect to see certain things happening. The markings or the enforcement or the awareness to say, your parking ends here, this is an emergency assembly area. The enforcement on the behavior, the sign may be there, but the enforcement on the behavior is bestowed on the owner of the business, on the employer, to ensure that the employees have got appreciation of that fact. So, like any other bylaw, in order to motivate adherence to the bylaw, there will be inspections. There will be inspections from the relevant statutory service enforcers, which will include the municipality, it may include the fire department, and it may include other health and safety officers that are mandated in terms of the national legislation to ensure that safety of the employees and the public at large in a public workspace is put as a matter of priority, in particular within Ezulwini. Guidelines will be provided during these inspections. Corrective measures will be put in place, and advice will be rendered to the business owners. Repetitive offenders will definitely be penalized, and offenses may be actions that are offensive, that qualify as offenses, may be prosecuted, and the necessary preventative measure be put across. So it is very important that we realize that as we are employers within the municipality, we realize this is a serious issue. Sometimes you find that we have got fire that is uncontrolled with this climate change issues and all this and that. There could be floodings, there could be certain things. So we need to make sure our drainage, our premises are kept in the proper way, and our people know what to do when there is an incident. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our next bylaw is the bylaw on fire. There will be certain areas that most definitely will sound the same. They are the same, but the bylaws are not necessarily the same. The other is wider and the other one is more detailed, specific to fire. So this is a bylaw that is applicable to all residents within Ezulwini, as well as people that may be passing through Ezulwini. As long as you are interacting with Ezulwini, this one is applicable to you. It is meant to prevent fire incidents, ensuring that the public within Ezulwini jurisdiction is safe, the public is prepared to respond to fire incidents, and jointly the public together with the municipality and the firefighters are ready to ensure that in the incident of fire, the fire is controllable, and the fire and the damage that the fire may present on our properties is contained and limited, or even better, avoided entirely. The scope of application. It is applicable to all individual businesses, all the industries, as well as Ndombi Futi, who could be visiting Ezulwini. If she's a smoker, she is prevented from lighting her cigarette before she switches it off, throwing it on the floor and causing a fire, or on the ground and causing a fire. So anyone that comes into contact with the jurisdiction of Ezulwini is bound and is meant to comply and adhere to this bylaw. These are the pieces of legislation that we recognized and interrogated as we came about with drafting this bylaw. So there is no conflict between this bylaw and these pieces of legislation, but we are pronouncing through these bylaws as the municipality, we are pronouncing on the how, on the finer details as to how to conduct yourself in order to prevent and be responsive to fire.
So the objects will prevent fire incidents, ensure public safety, and provide guidelines on preparedness and response. Relevant to public places or spaces, most of the things that are covered under the occupational health and safety in terms of preventative measures, in terms of ensuring that certain measures that have been put in place to mitigate this time fire are appreciated, top, bottom upwards, would still apply. But the most important thing here is through this bylaw is that this bylaw seeks to educate the residents of Ezulwini on certain things that a person must stay away or conduct that is prohibited in order to facilitate the mitigation of fire incidents. So, fire prevention, preventative measures. A property owner, occupant, or even a visitor within Ezulwini is expected to appreciate fire preventative measures, appreciate assembling points that are put in place in order to ensure that people evacuate the building in case that it's the building that has caught fire, have full appreciation of exit points, ensure that they cooperate and they work jointly with inspectors in the event that the inspectors come through to ensure that the infrastructure or the conduct and behavior by the users is one that is adhering to the necessary standard. Relevant to the inspectors, what we would like to promote as we unpack and engage on this bylaw is the fact that inspectors are not meant to be to bring punitive measures only, but inspectors are meant to educate and capacitate the end users to ensure that by the time they enforce, there is full appreciation of what the standard is. So the cooperation and collaboration with inspectors as they guide you and they capacitate you as the user and the beneficiary of the bylaw is one that we promote. We promote that where fire preventative measures are put in place, you ensure that most especially in areas that accommodate or receive more than a private residence but a public area, you ensure that there are fire alarms, there are smoke detectors, there are fire extinguishers, there are sprinklers, and there is emergency lighting. So all these we need to monitor. That's why I said it will feel and sound like the previous bylaw. So there are certain building requirements that need to be observed in order to ensure that fire preventative measures are at the standard that is expected. Relevant to this one, there is an expectation that as a new contractor, for you to be able to adhere to the standard, as part of the application process, as part of the documentation and application process that you actually even forward to the relevant department, the municipality, you also have an appreciation that the fire department becomes relevant in ensuring that you adhere to the necessary standard. They are there, they were part of our stakeholder engagement as we were engaging for purposes of completing our draft. Even at its inception stage, they were able to give us very insightful information with regards to their input and their readiness to assist with the preventative plan and as well with the with diagrams on new buildings in order to adhere to the safe standard. We also observe our ISO standard in this regard. The rest are the same. It speaks to fire drills and training, record keeping, relevant to record keeping or recording of results. I think I must take a moment and unpack that one. It is expected that when, not only for when the inspectors come through, but also for you yourself as the business owner or as the employer, you ensure that when you conduct these preventative measures, including our fire drills or any other preventative exercise to ensure that your people, your staff, and your visitors appreciate what needs to happen in the event of an incident. You actually promote that the people that have been trained to take lead in manning this process are well equipped in terms of their actual higher level training, in terms of ensuring that we keep the adequate records with the proper information. What we mean with the proper information is it would be futile for the fire drill to be conducted, and at the end of the day, a month later, we do not know when last the fire drill was conducted and what the result or the observation was. At my previous workplace, there was quite a number of us as officers that worked there, but they would always, even if it has to take a longer time than we would like, and we would grumble to say we want to go back and work this and that, but they would make sure that they actually check each and every floor to ensure that no one has remained even at the bathroom or at their workstation to say because I'm busy ABC. So the counting of the people that entered the building at the beginning of the day and those that left the building vis-a-vis the ones that responded to the fire alarm or the instruction to exit in whatever manner becomes very important. And the observation on how the people respond and how they improve in responding to this becomes very important, because when it speaks to human beings' lives, we are not ticking a box, but we are introducing a certain culture to ensure that our people at the workplace are indeed safe under fire. As residents of Ezulwini, we need to take note of the following. There are certain practices or behaviors that are not promoted. We are actually being encouraged to refrain, instructed or directed through this bylaw to refrain from the following: keeping of excessive wood, straw and paper without proper control. I have intentionally saying excessive without control because if I just say keeping of wood, someone will ask me, in Zulwini, where it's so cold, how can I not keep wood? Firewood is wood, but it must be controlled and it should not be excessive and it should not be in a manner where you are not able to even know what is happening in terms of the exposure in the event of fire. Overgrown vegetation, we know that one, not only is it a problem for fire, but there's more to it than just that. With regards to the volumes and liters of flammable liquids, it is very important to ensure that when it comes to spirits, fuels, petrols, and the like, we ensure that we adhere to the maximum limit that we are allowed to keep within our residential areas, so that in the event of fire, it doesn't erupt out of control within a very short space of time. So I've already spoken to the subject of ensuring that your tools are well maintained at all times. Lastly, it is very important to ensure that when all these bylaws are in place, all these standards are in place, we avoid overcrowding of buildings or public areas in order to ensure that in the incident, in the unlikely event, as the cabin crew would say, of an incident, we are able to contain the impacts thereof. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We'll move on to the third one and then we'll take questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, we know this is a mouthful. We appreciate that you're still in the room. And I'm going to try to get you out of here by one. Yeah, it's possible. Okay, so I'd just like to highlight the noise control bylaws. The object is to manage, or the objects are to manage and prevent noise pollution within the municipality. So these are specific to noise, even though we've mentioned issues of noise on the nuisance bylaws.
promote peaceful and livable environment, and promote a conducive living environment within the municipality. It covers individuals, businesses, establishments, activities and events within the jurisdiction, which means it can also regulate people who are not necessarily residents or businesses of the municipality but come here occasionally either for businesses or events. The bylaw is meant to regulate that conduct as well. So what does the bylaw prohibit? Shouting and screaming. Loud and persistent noises. I think persistent is the key aspect to note about the loud, even though yes, maybe loud, but if it's not persistent, it's something possibly we can overlook. Noise or sound, sounding a horn, revving engines or squealing or similar sounding motor vehicles. These are prohibited noises in terms of the noise bylaws. So loud noises include noise that is audible to and disturbs the quiet peace, rest, enjoyment, comfort, and convenience of another in the neighborhood. Okay? The bylaws, because we appreciate that noise can't necessarily be eradicated entirely, so provides for quiet times. So in terms of the bylaws, the quiet times that are prescribed is between 9 a.m. and, it's between 7 p.m. and 9 a.m. So there may be cutting of grass, which is a persistent and loud noise. It is expected that we will have to bear the noise. Construction and so on and so forth, those are day activities that possibly are permissible in terms of the bylaws. When we were here last, one of the concerns was that, Sunday is meant to be a quiet day. Possibly the quiet times could be extended by 2 or 3 hours. There were some suggestions about the whole of Sunday not being a loud day whatsoever. But I think the message that we got is that there was a serious concern about the Sunday to have more quiet hours, and I think that is taken into serious consideration for these bylaws. There are exemptions for when noise can be expected. You may find that it may be allowed for special events and activities. We expect that for celebrations there may be things like firecrackers, loud music, and so on and so forth. There has to be a special dispensation from the municipality to be allowed that event, to allow for the noise. Let me put it that way. So my understanding is it was a concern last time as well, when we were here, that the municipality does, however, consult with neighbors and residents so that they make sure that whomever is hosting has actually had consultations with those who may be affected before they actually grant the license. And then also to provide specific conditions for when to start and when to finish and so on and so forth. Particularly because some noises are problematic for animals and then they can cause riots, maybe not riots, but a situation that needs to be handled delicately. So there has to be application. I think I've mentioned that already. And it may be subject to revocation by the municipality because sometimes we do get carried away, unfortunately, in our celebrations. So the municipality may still take away the authority. And then the conditions, as I've said, like I think it's standard for all permits, conditions are always going to be a discretion of the municipality. So permissible noise is anything that is permitted by the municipality, and I've indicated how the municipality may get to a point of actually giving a permit. By police, fire and ambulance personnel. Sometimes we know that we may hear sirens in a bid to maintain order. In our municipality, fire and possibly even fire drills. So those kinds of noises are permissible. If there's an official warning of imminent danger, like an alarm, that is permissible. There can't be a complaint about that, and it can't be regulated by these bylaws. Where there are emergencies, sometimes possibly when maybe it's not particularly an ambulance, you're driving somebody, possibly you're hooting all over the place, there can be an explanation why there was persistent noise in that circumstance.
Where there are official public addresses, possibly by speakers or loudspeakers, those are permissible noises. Of course, there are time limits that may be prescribed by the municipality. And we expect that they should be during the day, during those hours when certain noises and loud noises are allowed. And fire code alarm, I think this goes without saying, because it actually is similar to the provision with respect to fire and emergency. Thank you. That's the end of the presentation on the bylaw, on this noise bylaw. We, through you, Program Director, have 4 more bylaws. 3? No, we have waste management, we have environment management user fees that we still need to present here today. So maybe at this point, I think we should take questions. We've had 3 presentations. Maybe we can limit it to 4. Please help me out with the other mic.
Thank you, Mrs. Speaker. We all understand the danger of fire, and some of us, we also experienced fire in our own place, and I don't wish that for everybody. And I think your presentation was an eye-opener maybe for some of us again, or I would say rather a reminder of doing something at our own working place. I want to remind you about our last meeting, which we had, what is it, a year ago? Now, let's assume you're having a fire at your place, which I wish for nobody, but should it happen, and your equipments are not efficient enough, maybe the fire getting out of hand, can all happen. What are you doing? What everybody is doing is to call the fire brigade. Now, we have established on our last meeting that our fire brigade in our area is definitely not up to standard, or was not up to standard. And we were all promised by the town council that you will look into this. Now, I think your first inspection, which you are doing, I think we all would agree with it, that you go to the fire brigade and find out. Because the last time they had only one vehicle working, nearly all their pipes had holes. They didn't have any pumps, any movable pumps. They didn't have any submersible pumps available. Nothing was working. They were in an appalling state. I'm sorry to mention that again, but we all agree with fire, and we all agreed with your presentation, but I think the fire brigade is a very important part in our community. We're all paying tax, and fire is part of the taxpayers' duty to do. So please, thank you.
Okay, I'm Tshepo Zindela. My question is about the occupational health and safety. Recently, the municipality sent us a questionnaire survey on national disaster management. And part of it was how the municipality could help in terms of national disaster cases and consequences thereof. I was wondering how much of this would inform those kind of situations or be informed by national disaster steps that the municipality is taking. For instance, I'll make an example. If there's a heat wave and someone suffers from a heat stroke in a vicinity where there's a commercial institution, of that, is the institution under its occupational health and safety, maybe it's CSR, equipped to help out with things like that? Because there's a part of national disaster that actually affects individuals one by one, maybe not an entire, swath of us, but one by one, So it's just a question, just something that came up in my mind to wonder, like, how are the two informing each other?
Okay, thank you. For me, it's a question on the under the fire bylaws concerning the overgrown vegetation. So what do we do, or what is the bylaw saying concerning overgrown vegetation on undeveloped plots? Like, for example, we are seeing an influx of monkeys in areas like closer between Mugela and the evangelical church because of that overgrown vegetation there in that space. And then the space that is opposite Umdoni Estate, such that when we are using that road from Nyonyani, it's difficult to even see a car that's coming because of the overgrown vegetation there. And we don't know the owner, and in most cases that place is not cleared.
Thank you. Mine is a comment. I'm from the Ministry of Labour, Occupational Safety and Health. It's on the Occupational Safety and Health bylaws. The term employees, as guided by the International Labour Organization, we are now supposed to be referring to employees as workers because that word is termed as is deemed a broader word. It accommodates a lot of people. And also another, it's a comment to application of the bylaw on occupational safety and health. Section 4, this bylaw shall be read together with the Occupational Safety and Health Act number 9 of 2001. Maybe we can add as with further amendments because already we are in a stage where we are reviewing this particular piece of legislation. We may want to incorporate that. Thank you.
Can I just request that maybe we take one last question and then move on to the next bylaw?
Thank you. I think mine is an observation on the penalties. I do get the sense that 5,000 Malangeni might not be high enough. You know, we deal with issues where sometimes you realize that it's a repeat offender or it's actually cheaper for them to commit the offense and pay the penalty instead of paying the requisite fees. So I'd just like us to possibly reapply our minds to the penalties and the issue of repeat offenders. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the last two comments are well noted. I just want to state that in respect to subsequent legislations, what I think we often do, maybe we didn't do it in that bylaw, is that we just state that and all other successors, because amendments can be so many, sometimes even repeals, not necessarily amendments, but those comments are noted. I'd like to give the municipality to respond to the other questions.
I'm being forced to answer this one. Overgrown vegetation. I think it's a matter that the municipality has continuously been hitting on. So the comment is noted, but even without the bylaw, we have a clear legislative guideline in terms of what needs to be done. So what the bylaw is then doing is providing detailed processes on how we can refine the provisions of the law around this. I think the question on monkeys, I don't want to be subjective, but it's a question that will probably continuously be part of our engagements and discussions. I will quote what our public health and environment manager continuously says. We have come to occupy their environment. So we work from that premise to say, therefore, how do we see that we protect ourselves as opposed to how do we eliminate them. I think that differentiation is very, very critical, because it is possible to coexist, but we do need, obviously, and I'm not saying the municipality is therefore renegating on a responsibility that it can carry out. But primarily, we are working on overgrown vegetation continuously. And by and large, we do know the property owners. We do serve them with court orders, and they do respond probably late in the day, but there's an ongoing process around that. But this bylaw is going to help us to push even further around that. I think we note, as the consultant has already said, employees versus workers. Thanks for that. And also to say to the representative from the Ministry of Labour that listening to his submission makes one happy, because there is a clear indication that he went through the bylaws, he's read them, he's quoting section by section. So I think it does deserve a round of applause.
Thank you, CEO. On the firefighting initiatives and the delays in terms of response by the fire department, we do acknowledge that there are difficulties in terms of them responding. We have received the complaints from our residents. We are working closely with them in terms of what programs can we implement together, the fire department and the municipality, so that we make sure that we are more looking at it from a point of preparedness and rather from a point of response. So one of the programs that we have agreed we need to do jointly is for us to do a town-wide inspection of all the firefighting equipment, which we do also in our inspection as a municipality. For instance, there was a comment on what if the firefighting equipment is insufficient, and for a commercial establishment that is not allowed. Once we do an inspection and we do find that your firefighting equipment is not sufficient in terms of the, for instance, the area space that you're in terms of the size of the establishment, we do recommend that additional firefighting equipment be purchased in that area. And we also work closely with fire to ask that they must do an inspection and recommend, according to the facility, the type of firefighting equipment that is allowed and permissible. So we are working together in regards to that. We do have a recently established unit, the disaster unit, which a resident said that we are sending surveys to find out how best can we improve our programs in terms of firefighting. So that unit has realized that there are huge gaps in this area. And as a disaster risk management plan that we have for the town, fire was highlighted as one of the hazards that we have, especially on the higher eastern part of the town, on the western part of the town where there's no vegetation, and yet there's also no fire hydrants. So we are aware of the high hazards that we have, and as such, we have made a call to invite all residents free of charge to attend a training on fire. We did receive participants up to 20 came for that free session that the municipality was facilitating through the fire department. We will continuously do this free of charge every quarter to make sure that residents, business communities come and attend. Our role in a fire incident is for us to suppress. There will be a stage where you will no longer be able to suppress, and then the fire department needs to come in. I think that differentiation is very important. We cannot fight fire the way that the fire department does because we're not trained that intensively. But the whole objective of the town council is to say, whilst they're still responding, let us allow the residents to respond, to be the first responder and suppress at that level. However, when the fire does get a bit magnified, then we would need to call the fire department. We do have a plan as a town to establish a fire department, if I were to call it, or a unit within council. But of course, there are a lot of prerequisites that we need to sit down and iron out and make sure that mandates do not clash, because we do have a national fire department. So we need to iron that out on how far we can go as a council to be responsible for that element. So in that, there's a whole program within that that will come with us having a fire department as council, just to make sure that we are the first responders, whilst the fire department is also organizing themselves to come and respond. So we think with that direction, we will do better in terms of fighting fire and making sure that property is not destroyed, and we do have nature reserves, and that animals are not killed in that way.
I think based on the question that was asked, so what we had promised is actually a work in progress at this point. So the trainings afforded to residents, we also have training that is happening for our workers so that we are clearly equipped, and we also have the equipment that helps us from a first response mitigation point of view. Program Director, if you'd allow some of the questions that have been asked touch on the work that is done by NDMA. So we'll ask them just to make a comment on that. Thank you.
Morning or afternoon, colleagues. My name is Mpigele Mamba. I work for the regional office of the NDMA, which is at Pikes Peak. Yes, the NDMA works with stakeholders, and we are always glad to be invited, especially Ezulwini. They always invite us to be part of their programming, especially towards disaster risk reduction, and we are always working together. And then I want to also highlight that the NDMA basically is working in putting in place with the partners all those interventions that are aimed at reducing disasters in our spaces, especially also in towns. And then at Ezulwini, maybe it may be necessary for Ezulwini to work together with the surrounding communities in putting together and trying to bring to them to understand the bylaws, because maybe the disaster will come from the other surrounding areas. So maybe you need to involve the communities as you put these bylaws to make them to understand their role, so that it can also help them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. May I please move on? I'd like to make a presentation now on the waste management bylaws, which will be followed out by the environment management, and then we will finish off by a presentation of the user fees bylaws. So the waste management bylaws, the scope is the regulation of proper management, disposal and recycling of waste or any material that is discarded or unwanted or unused, including recyclable, hazardous or organic waste by the municipality. I'd just like to say here that the reason why we have separate bylaws for waste management and environment management is not for purposes of duplication provisions, but it's just to understand that from municipality point of view, waste management is part of the services that are provided by the municipality. So these bylaws are meant to cater for that, but also generally issues of waste management that are cascaded towards the municipality from national legislation. So you will see that as you read the bylaws that we are also talking about the National Waste Regulations, Environment Management Act, and so on and so forth, meaning that those provisions are going to be relevant for purposes of regulation of conduct even within the municipality. And I think it will become more apparent when we are discussing the environment management bylaws. The other thing that I'd like to highlight is that when we define waste in terms of the national legislation, it's not necessarily anything that cannot be used. but anything that is also not wanted becomes waste, because if it does accumulate, then it can be regarded as waste. So the bylaws themselves are meant to regulate even in respect of those items which may appear as though they are valuable, but because if they are not wanted, then they are regarded as waste. And then the other thing is that we have a definition of hazardous waste in terms of the waste regulations, and it's defined as special waste. So in terms of the waste regulations, there are so many categories of waste, and means therefore hazardous waste is special waste that is not necessarily defined under those categories, such as household waste and so on and so forth. So the objects and the purpose of these bylaws are to the provision for proper management and regulation of waste, is disposal, recycling, including material that is unwanted, unused, unusable, as well as solid waste, hazardous, organic waste within the Ezulwini Municipality. We noted a comment in respect, I think it was accommodation establishment, that there should be proper segregation of waste such that there isn't fat that goes into the drainage because it affects the water system, I think. So this particular bylaw does speak to segregation of waste as well. Safeguarding environment management standards, environment standards and public health for the benefit of the community, ensure compliance with international waste standards. Maybe just to also state here, we've been mentioning standards every now and again. So as part of our process when we were doing stakeholder engagements, we engaged SWASA and we found that there are specific standards that have been developed that are relevant for our bylaws. We have included them here because they provide guide, but also they elevate the standard of care for the municipality to be that of a specified standard that has been tested to be relevant and applicable for that particular circumstance. It's not just about sort of like doing performing in the dark without being necessarily guided. And also it assists to elevate the standard level such that this municipality is set above the others. The scope of this bylaw is applicable to all individuals, households, and businesses established within the Ezulwini Municipality in relation to waste management, and it has to be read together with the waste regulations. I think some of my previous comments here indicate that, are testament to that. So what are the duties of the municipality for waste management? Ensure waste generated within Ezulwini Municipality jurisdiction is collected, it's transported, it's treated, disposed, or recycled in accordance with the bylaws. The capacities by which this is done it varies within the bylaws. For example, recycling may not necessarily be done by the municipality, but is a duty that is expected to be done by possibly at household level. But you'll find that maybe transportation is done specifically by the municipality. As you will read, you will note those differences. The municipality should ensure that all the above are in accordance to waste regulations. So the national legislation is always going to be read with this bylaw. Facilitate the establishment of recycling centers and drop-off points for recyclables. Waste management measures. Waste generators or holders are to provide information, evidence to the municipality to facilitate effective waste management and planning. And the municipality will promote community-based waste management. This is coming from an understanding that waste management is vast, especially when you're doing a segregation, possibly even when you are recycling, using changing some forms of waste from one form to another that possibly can be reused, and applying special technologies that may be relevant for recycling specific kinds of waste. Collection and transportation, this is specific to household waste and is specified as defined in the bylaw. The municipality is expected to do waste collection and transportation services, which I believe those are part of the services that are provided by the municipality. There's a timeline that is specified, days or time. I'm not an Ezulwini resident, so I wouldn't know. But there's a time specified, dispose in the approved facility or approved manner, which may be a landfill site or whatever facility that is relevant for that particular kind of waste. The waste regulations, I believe, indicates how waste should be disposed of for all of the categories of waste. We continue in respect to household waste household waste collection. Municipality or its contractors, meaning that there's an expectation that the municipality may subcontract to the work. It should be done once a week, and the removal of household waste from receptacles, which are expected to be present for each and every individual household. Removal of excess household waste. The occupier pays for the services. Garden waste is to be separated and at a fee. Sanitary services, this is part of the services provided. Carcasses and animal removal and disposal is approved by the municipality. I think one of the things we noted when we're doing a nuisance is that there may be an issue of carcasses and animals, stray animals that may be on the road. The municipality also has a duty to perform to remove appropriately those animals that have been left lying on the road, either because of accidents or have been dumped. In respect to industrial waste, there's an applicable fee as well. There is the nature and composition of and quantity. This is an expectation that should be done. Waste management may be subject to treatment before disposal, and it may be mandatory for some types of industrial waste to ensure that there is no risk to humans and possibly even the environment. And the conditions have been prescribed within the bylaws. There's a duty that has been placed on the municipality to have a procedure and conditions for risk mitigation for purposes of ensuring proper handling of industrial waste. What are the prohibitions that are provided for in the bylaw? Disposal of explosive waste in a waste disposal facility. So if waste disposal facility, for example, is a landfill site, I don't know these terms, and unless I'm wrong, you can help me. So the disposal of explosive waste is prohibited. Entry into disposal facility without approval by person in charge. Expectation is that you can't just walk in there for whatever reason. You have to have authority, even if you do have waste to dispose. Clinical waste should not be disposed with household waste. I believe there are certain types of receptacles that are provided for clinical waste. No non-recyclable or landfill facility. So all recyclable, non-recyclable should not be disposed at landfill facilities. No dumping in vacant plots. No scavenging, picking over, or scattering waste, even if you find it outside the gate in a nice plastic bag. Hazardous waste, as I've indicated, is defined as special waste in terms of the waste regulations. And there is a specific provision that anyone who is handling hazardous waste is expected to follow the regulations in terms of the waste regulations of 2000, which provide guidelines and directives of handling hazardous waste. It also provides handling, storage, transportation, and disposal of hazardous waste. What are waste holders expected to do? They're expected to handle waste in a manner that does not endanger health or the environment. Cleanliness and hygiene, refuse bags, and so on and so forth. Recycle waste where possible. Bottles you may reuse. Mayonnaise, you may put our oros there. Recycle waste where possible. And use municipality facilities to dispose of the household waste or any waste that you may have. As the bylaw has indicated, there may be facilities that may be provided by the municipalities for waste recyclers and so on and so forth. And then to segregate waste according to paper, glass, metals, plastic. I think even biodegradable, what's the term for that kind of waste? Pardon? Organic waste, yes. So the services provided by the municipality, unfortunately or fortunately, are at a fee, and they're paid by the owner of premises or the occupier who has requested special services within the municipality. And the waste management, the municipality keeps a record of waste collection in terms of the waste, the Environment Management Act and the waste regulations. This is a duty imposed on the municipality. So offenses are according to what has been prohibited in terms of the waste management, and are going to be enforced according to the standard procedures as we have been stating since we started making our presentations here today in respect to enforcement. Okay. That's the end of my waste management presentation. I'd like to move on to environment management. We are quickly getting towards the end. And after these ones, we're going to have user fees, which is a very short bylaw. So environment management bylaws. The scope is to regulate, promote, and enforce environmentally friendly living and practices within the jurisdiction of the municipality. Objectives: promote environmental sustainability, protect natural resources, and regulate activities that may impact the environment within the municipality. The understanding here is that as much as we have national legislation, the municipality exists, however, in an ecosystem where there may be wetlands, there may be trees, there may be monkeys, there may be so many things that are relevant for environment protection or possibly conservation of the ecological conservation, those big words. So even for the municipality, these are very essential to be managed such that the municipality is seen to be adhering to environmental management standards within the municipality. The objectives also are to safeguard the health and well-being of residents and the ecosystem, to regulate waste generation, collection, disposal, and recycling within the municipality, promoting public health and community cleanliness. As you can see, waste management is a subset of environment management, and then to ensure compliance with international and national waste management standards. The scope is applicable to all individuals, businesses, establishments, industries, and activities within the jurisdiction of the municipality. And they have to be read with the following national legislations: the Environment Management Act, the Air Pollution Control Regulations, Water Pollution Control Regulations, Waste Regulations, and applicable and other applicable bylaws, for example, the Waste Management Bylaws. So I would implore that in the event that as you read the bylaws, you find, there possibly is a provisional gap, revisit some of these national legislations. You may find that it's very well catered for, and it does not need to be restated in the bylaws themselves. So all the successors of these legislations, therefore, will be applicable, regardless of whatever changes that may happen. What are the rights of the municipality? The municipality has a right to formulate an environment action plan, which caters for waste management, nature conservation, protection, and conservation of biodiversity, as well as land use. In terms of the bylaws, this plan has to be developed annually. Now, one of the important things that is meant to cater, that is provided for by the bylaws, is in respect of the conduct of any developer of land, particularly before and after such development happens. So the environment management bylaws provide that a developer or a project executor or proponent is expected to submit an environment impact assessment report for the proposed project, to submit a copy of environment impact authorization letter, submit a copy of annual environment management plan, and submit other reports required by the municipality at its discretion. And also to submit a rehabilitation plan to the municipality which means it's meant to cater for how this developer intends to ensure that the environment is rehabilitated after the project, because possibly there'll be excavations, there'll be restriction of water flow, and so on and so forth. The required documentations, impact assessments, authorization letters are meant to be issued by the authority, which has been defined in the bylaw as the Eswatini Environment Authority. The protection and prohibition of certain practices. So there are specific provisions around how to conduct oneself in respect to wetlands. There have to be applications to the municipality before you can actually tamper with wetlands. Either you are digging or you are digging close. I think the limit is within 30 meters of any wetland or any bank of a river. You are meant to have permission before you do that from the municipality. If you're going to be moving or excavating gravel, sand, and pebbles, which may include some other types of soils. So you do not excavate, remove, possess, transport without the written permission of the municipality. This part of the bylaw is meant to be read with the Minerals Act, because it actually provides specific definitions of these types of land resources. And also pollution, air pollution, water pollution, these are also required to be guided by the municipality, especially in respect to huge projects like construction projects and other industries. And then in respect to waste management, I'm just going to highlight, because we've already dealt with the waste management bylaws. We are saying waste management is regulated by the municipality, including waste generation, collection, recycling, treatment, and disposal. The municipality and local environment action plan shall specify, as I've indicated, this plan is required to be developed every year, the areas designated as waste management sites in the municipality in line with solid waste and effluent management, the designated areas that may be leased or donated to community-based waste management groups for purposes of recycling, reusing, sorting, treatment, selling, and marketing of waste materials. I indicated that the capacity at which the municipality may be engaged in respect to waste management may differ according to the type of process that is being followed. And this particular provision indicates that some of these powers may be delegated to community levels. And then it also provides for prevention of hazardous waste, substance and toxic chemicals. There is a prohibition here that a person shall not generate, store, sell, transport, use, recycle, discharge, or dispose of hazardous waste to the environment except under license approved by the authority. So the municipality is monitoring whether or not there is a permission given and what the conditions are from the authority for this activity. The municipality shall designate suitable sites which within its area of jurisdiction as waste collection sites for management of waste based on a report assessing the anticipated impact on the environment. A license holder shall submit periodic reports to the municipality indicating collection data, including types, frequency, hazardous waste collections, as well as persons within the municipality whom the hazardous waste is collected. I think this is quite clear. In fact, it's quite a mouthful. And then at the end of the bylaws, there are issues of enforcement and objections and possibly even appeal. There are specific offenses. There are general ones, of course, and then there are specific offenses for unlicensed urban agriculture, activities that cause degradation of the natural resources. I think in terms of the Environment Management Act, there are specific environmentally protected areas and possibly even, I wouldn't say items, but vegetation, trees, and so on and so forth. So that could be guiding. Deforestation or soil erosion, it's important why that for all project proponents, they have to indicate what rehabilitation activities they intend to undertake once the project is completed. Use of wetlands, contamination of water, dumping, illegal dumping, industrial waste, burning waste, and causing of fires. And therefore, and also conducting waste management where you are supposed to have a permit without a permit. Okay, that's the end of my presentation on environment management. Just to bear with me one last time, I want to present the user fees bylaws, and then we can take questions. So this is a very short presentation because of the nature of the user fees. The bulk of the bylaw itself is the indication of which services are provided and how much is payable, and where there are exemptions indicating that there are exemptions. So the scope here is that it's applicable to all individual businesses, establishments, industries, activities applicable within the municipality, where there may be prescription of fees and the requirement for payment by all these persons and institutions. The object of the user fees bylaws is to regulate the user fees, indicating that they should be payable because it's a charging act, or it's a charging bylaw, and also the charges that may be paid within the municipality jurisdiction for providing services, which there are schedule of categories. There are services fees payable, there are permit fees payable, and so on and so forth. So its application, as I've indicated, it's a charging bylaw, and it is an imposition, and there has to be enforcement. So by virtue of these bylaws, there are fees that now have been prescribed and have been outlined, which include general fees, costs of enforcement, costs related to application, handling fees, access to copies, punitive costs, and so on and so forth. I think last time there was a question around payments of rates and user fees. I think that was adequately covered then, the reasons why. We were assisted then by member of Minister of Urban Government. And then also penalties and objections as outlined also are applicable to these bylaws, because there has to be enforceability in order for any legal instrument to be binding. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I will not go through the schedule itself. I think it's about 25 pages. I will not be able to meet my promise, as right now I have 9 minutes before 1. So I'd just like to take questions. Hopefully we will be done by 1, and we will have adequately responded to all of them. May you please assist me with the mic?
Thank you for the presentation. My question is on the wetland preservations by law, the law there. What happens if someone buys a property during dry months or during drought, and that is not aware that that property is a wetland? And by the time when they want to build, they realize that it's a wetland because maybe the rains have been restored. What does the law say? I've invested money, the whole property is a wetland. I want to build.
Let's take another.
Thank you, Mrs. Speaker. Thank you very much for all the presentations, what we had this morning. It was excellent, it was beautiful. And my compliments to our town board. I think we're still in a municipality which is run by the best in our country. I think so. I think I talk on behalf of everybody. But let me become once more a nuisance. I have three items which I would like to mention. Forgive me for that. We just heard about water pollution. I'm connected to 2 hot mineral water springs in our country. We have 8 official ones, but 4 of them are at Ezulwini, so I can only talk about Ezulwini. These 3 of them, one is commercially used, and all the other 3 are used by our fellow countrymen and women, and we all know about their activities in these springs. Now, if somebody talks about water pollution, then definitely this is number 1. 1984, we had a cholera epidemic here in our country, and many people got sick and even died. And these hot springs, they played a big part in that epidemic. For the last 45 years, I'm trying my utmost best with the municipality, with environmental people, with the health department to look into this and to change this. The answer until today I get, we will look into it, because I know it's a hot subject, because our forefathers have made use of these springs in their way, but we're living in the meantime in the year 2025 and not in the 17th century. So, well, this is one subject. Water pollution. These springs are polluting not only the springs, but they're also polluting the overflow, the rivers where the water is going into. That's my first comment. The number 2, you brought all kinds of subjects up this morning. One I was missing. The Swaziland Spa Health and Beauty Studio was the first and the only one, 1977, when I took over this place. Now, in the meantime, and talking again only about Ezulwini, not about countrywide, similar establishments are mushrooming out at every corner. Everybody who was taught 4 or 5 massage strokes can open up a massage place. With the result, they open and close, and before they close, a number of them, they go over into prostitution. I'm sorry to say that. I'm busy closing one place after the other one because my profession gets a bad name. Now, coming back to an earlier remark which I made, you pass the Swaziland Spa Health and Beauty Studio or Cattle Puddle on a Tuesday or a Wednesday. We are closed because tourism is gone. I come to that subject just now. We are closed, but the car park is full of cars. You always find 15 to 25 or even 30 cars. Now they're all bathing in that other hot spring on our property there. Now, a lot of people passing there that, oh my God, he makes money. He's always busy. The car park is always full. And that's why they open up a sauna, making people sick, because there's a loophole in the law. Everybody who has got a little bit of money can also open up a sauna. They forget that you're not dealing only with young and healthy people, you're also dealing with old people, people with a heart problem, pregnant women, and so on and so on. Now, we get the negative results. Every day we are dealing with this. Now, where is the presentation this morning where somebody has to get a license to open up a massage place or fingernails, manicure, pedicure? There are so many now here at Ezulwini at every corner, meaning the cake is bigger, but nobody makes business anymore.
this is my second subject to make you think about it. The third one, I mentioned that I gave that question already on our last meeting, but I never got an answer until today. I want to know from the town council why the town council, in collaboration with the government maybe, have decided to change Ezulwini from a tourist destination to a commercial place. Before you give me an answer, you'll say, yeah, but we are still a tourist destination. Well, you live in Pretoria or in Johannesburg and you love Swaziland, Eswatini, sorry. Give me one reason to travel to Ezulwini today. Give me one reason. There is no more reason. I will ask our CEO and his predecessor to name me one installation which has been put up in the last 10 years here at Ezulwini, which is tourist orientated. Just one. I give you $1,000 cash on the table right now. I mean, we have the MTN, we have F&B, we have the communication, we have a hospital. We have the most hated institution in the world here in front of our doorstep, the tax department. I mean, there was plenty of space at Skube for a place like a building like that. Now, I don't think you can criticize me, because with your signature, you even sacrificed one of our nicest hotels in our country, the Ezulwini Sun. An 18-story high, ugly building, which will kill the rest of the landscape of our beautiful Ezulwini, is going to be put up there by the central bank. Even if our white elephant, the Congress Center, comes into operation one day, it will kill the tourists or the people's view to the beautiful Mzimba Mountains with this ugly building which is going to come up there. So you have agreed with your signature that tourism in our valley came to an end. Why didn't you inform the stakeholders or the residents of Ezulwini because of these doings? Well, I think I gave you enough headaches now. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon again. At some point I'd even forgotten what I would like to say. But my question is just related to the waste segregation in terms of the waste management bylaws. I would like to find out from the municipality in terms of the provisions, or even if there's any support available. As residents, I think we understand the importance and we even support the idea behind waste segregation. However, with the available facilities, unfortunately, I am required as a resident then to have 5 plastic bags, garbage bags, so that I can separate my litter if there was some kind of provision. I don't know, maybe I'm even talking from a gated community perspective, to say just that facility available so that we can all segregate our litter. It would also, I think, help driving to work in the morning. I normally then see the women that go from gate to gate scavenging from those bins as well, which then results in, litter actually being thrown out. To say maybe having some kind of provision for certain areas would definitely help in terms of that, because they are probably looking for something specific in terms of specific bottles that they can resell, or so they can just pick that and go rather than going through everything.
afternoon. I'll be short and sweet. I'm just adding to the waste management, but mine is to do with garden waste. I was wondering if the municipality had thought through a little bit further on the garden waste. With all the rains that we are having at the moment, we really are generating lots of grass and garden waste. Is there no designated area that can be given to us and we can actually carry our garden waste and just put it there instead of putting it aside and letting the municipality come and collect it for us at a fee? It would really assist us because we're going to end up paying lots and lots of money just to remove our garden waste. Thank you.
Next. Okay. I noted I noticed, but I don't know whether it's my English, but somewhere you were talking about non-recyclable waste, non-recyclable waste to be landfilled. And then I thought that was a typo because non-recyclable waste means not recyclable. Then if none, it means recyclable waste should go there. I got a bit confused, but probably it's my English. And then my contribution would be now on the definition of a generator of waste. Could you please, I've seen in the national statutes, the generator, the generator is fine, but waste generators or a person when you start enforcing the law and then they start playing around with it. So to define the generator as the person probably who causes or whose act or process causes the waste to be generated. And then go a bit further in that probably the generator may not be there might be two ways. There might be two people generating the same waste. In that, let me just make an example. A generator of a waste may not necessarily be the person who actually produces the waste. The contractor who removes a hazardous substance or residue from a product storage, like your filling station there, you have a contractor going there, making the maintenance and all the likes. Maybe the person causing the waste to become subjected to regulation, the first person. But then the owner or the operator of that filling station or unit, it may also be considered the generator, since his act of operating the facility causes the waste to be generated. So the definition of the waste, can you a bit expand on it? I've seen challenges. I'm from a certain environment authority and I oversee the waste management in the country. So I know I've had hiccups here and there, but probably the legal persons can look at it. But I know they always define something so that they can have something to argue in the court. Thank you.
Just a quick point also on recycling. I've noticed some of the language used in the bylaw, particularly for recycling, is very gentle language. There's the town council is to promote and to encourage. Can we possibly leave the opportunity open there just to make it prescriptive? And recycling works when everybody recycles. It doesn't work particularly well when people are lazy or just don't care. And in some ways, if we are going to be progressive at some point in the future, it would be better that enforcement ability is within council to actually designate that there will be recycling of A, B, or C. At the moment, it seems a little bit gentle. The other point is just, and maybe my fellow councillors can pray for me later. I see the word religious gets gets kind of left out of some of the bylaws. We spoke about a mosque a little bit earlier. We've got another religious disturbance that does happen alongside our rivers, where we do have people employing deities, shouting, screaming at the top of their voices very, very early, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning, and certainly disturbing the peace. Now, I think most of us would be very uncomfortable to have religious activities designated alongside. There was a whole schedule of things there about prostitutes and this and that and public urination and blah blah. I'm not sure that religious institutions really deserve to be in under that bylaw, but specifically maybe it can be a little bit more appropriate under noise, because I think noise is actually the problem that we need to deal with there. And I think it would be useful if the word something appropriate, religious activities, whatever it might do, don't give rise to these things. I do know because my residents have asked me to go on many occasions to go and quieten down the noise by the river. And it's always a little bit difficult. Sometimes one has to just bluff and say this is contrary to bylaws. You can't be screaming at 4 o'clock in the morning. Thanks, let's be good neighbors. But it's very, very difficult to do. I think it would be helpful if we had a bylaw that was just a little bit more specific on that one. Those are my 2 points. Thank you so much.
Under the environmental, I'd like some clarification, part 4, number 26. What do you mean by urban agriculture? Do I need a permit for 2 cabbages? Thank you.
Any more questions?
Hello. Mine is a request. Years ago, when we confronted some councillors who have now passed, we made a request, and I'm speaking for parents, grandparents who have kids. Please, can the council put up a recreational center? I think we have enough land here in Ezulwini that we could do that, because we don't have anywhere to take our grandchildren to go and play. I bought a ball for my tenants' grandkids the other day, and I had to say to the kids, be careful of the windows. And then I thought afterwards, yeah, but you bought the ball. So please, can y'all look into that? We really need a recreational center. Maban's got 2 or 3 as it is, and we don't have any. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions that have come through. We will share with the staff as we've been doing. The first one was around wetlands, and it cuts across probably 2 other departments. I'll say part of what I've been saying in the past 2 AGMs. If you are an investor or just a person who is interested in purchasing property, before you get into a deed of sale, can you please come to our office? Can you please come to our office, particularly to the town planning department, so that you can be guided in terms of whatever your dream and vision is for that particular property that you want to purchase. Once you are there, you will be informed, if I go back to the question, whether this area, this property actually lies in a green belt, in a blue corridor, that is to say whether there is specific vegetation that you should not be tampering with, whether it is a water body that runs there, which may be dry at that particular time because of the pattern of our climate. It will save you a lot of money. but it will ensure that when you do invest, you will get what you desire because you've had those interactions. A lot of people have lost money because they've purchased land which doesn't suit what they desire to put up. So please do that. Otherwise, the officers will tell us, and I'm going to talk to a Rwanda experience which becomes very expensive. We try to purchase back wetlands. Now that becomes a very expensive exercise because you've got a person who has built brick and mortar on a wetland, starts getting flooded, it starts losing its structural integrity, and then with time it collapses. There are other towns where you have seen houses which have been built in wetlands and they are no longer functional, and they'll continue to be no longer functional until they crumble. So let's engage on that one. Otherwise, the way to go will then be for municipalities working together with the Minister of Housing and Urban Development to buy back those pockets of land so that we regenerate these wetlands to get them to be functional, because we need them for our environment. Then the issue of, okay, there was the tantalizing issue of 1,000 emalangeni that will be given to us. Now, it would be unfair of us to take that money because we tend to get information in terms of what is happening within our spaces. There's an international culinary experience center that is coming up, which we take it as a tourist area, because for any tourist area to function, part of what you want to do or what you want to see is a cosmopolitan experience, whether it is food, whether it is culture, whether it is dress, a variety of things happening. So there's one that is coming up, Mr. Horst, so please keep your 1,000. You will see it and you will, I'm sure you will enjoy it. The key though there is that there will also be a spa, which you've already said maybe we're bringing in spas that are not up to standard. Let us check this one if it will be up to standard. But again, it's just to allow us to enjoy our valley. There's that part. And I think then I want to go to this one because I really feel at times we've been taking a lot of stick on something that maybe we all need to reflect on. On the screen, we have set out the vision of this municipality. I started working on in 2023 in January. I found this vision there. It says to provide high quality residential. Mandenga Estate, Mandenga, the township, residential. Spintex, residential. Eco Estate, Ward 4, residential. Corporate. Corporate is part and parcel of the vision of this municipality. So when the corporate structures come up, they are responding to the vision. They are not outside of what Ezulwini is about. They are responding to the vision. Tourism, it's there. Have we done enough? We've killed it in part, but it is coming up. Palazzo now has started advertising for people that will be needed to operate the fish, to operate within the fish hotel or the 5-star hotel, as it were. So that's tourism. And then the other one, friendly and green environment. Part of our bylaws are speaking to that. I think probably we've done an injustice ourselves not to speak to this vision as much as we ought to. Because when corporate comes up, it's like we are falling outside of what we are about. We are also about corporate, because you can't run any municipality without the corporate body, because then it brings the economic vibrance in terms of employment opportunities, industrial opportunities, and the auxiliary services that come, be it cleaners, be it laborers, whoever that you need, works a lot because you've got a corporate sector that is vibrant. So please, Let us not look at corporate and say, we don't want it. Because for us to say that, then we've got to change our vision. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. After that, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say anything. Kube sesombe ngabe sithi amen. So I think the one on the wetland has been covered. And just to add is that the municipality, before any construction, we do joint inspection from the different departments. That is the Department of Environment, the Town Planning, and the Engineering Department, where before we even now start to scrutinize your building plan, we must physically know where you are going to construct. And if it's an environmentally sensitive area, we then send you to EEA to make sure that they categorize your plot. And if it does have wetland, it will be categorized accordingly. And therefore that impacts the type of construction that you can have, the coverage of the building on that land. You might find yourself having to construct, propose to construct 3 units, and you'd be cut back to construct 1 unit and allow half the portion to be undeveloped. So those are the measures that we are doing currently to mitigate the issue of construction on wetlands. We are currently doing a state of environment report for Ezulwini, first of its kind, where as an office we want to identify and delineate all environmentally sensitive areas so that if we've mapped them up, we are able, together with the town planning department, to influence where construction should be and make sure that the land use for that area responds accordingly in terms of how sensitive that area is. And then guidelines will then follow to say that you cannot construct this. It is a wetland, you can only use it as a park, as a way of an example. The one on the hot springs, we do have a bylaw, or rather a national legislation that talks to conservation of such natural resources, same as the wetlands, even though they are transversing through private property. In terms of the law, a resource like a hot spring does not belong to any single person. It is a resource that belongs to the country, the nation, and therefore it can be protected using national laws. The one on the hot springs, particularly the ones in Katlipali, we are engaging with Eswatini National Trust Commission to try and seek ways of protecting it better. But in the same note, we are sensitive to our cultural beliefs, where such areas are used for cultural activities. I will not dwell much into those. But we do want to balance both interests and also acknowledging the impact it has to health and to the pollution of rivers, whether upstream or downstream. So the solution there that we are looking to have, unfortunately, will include issues of subdivision of that resource from a private property and making sure that it's protected using that bylaw and that using that national legislation. It would need to be subdivided so that it can be protected accordingly. We believe that we cannot just wake up and do that. We need appropriate engagement with everyone, including the property owner, respectfully, and including the cultural or maybe people that are involved in that cultural activity. We have started the conversation, and we believe that it's an ongoing project. We are aware of the pollution that is happening there. We do take tests annually, and we do have records of what is happening in that area. With the office is working towards resolving amicably and have a solution that will control or manage the activities that are currently ongoing. Waste segregation at source, how do we avoid having 5 garbage bins in order for us to continue segregation? What the office does is that since we have established the waste segregation program at source in November 2024, it's a small incentive or encouragement to say that we provide you with a clear a plastic bag for recycling. If you take out 3 bags in terms of dry recyclable waste, we place the same quantity of bags that you have taken out. So that is how we are supporting the program. As a council, we have not said that we want you to segregate the waste into different streams, being cans in a separate container, papers in a separate container. We allow commingled separation of waste, which means everything that is dry and recyclable can be put into one container, and we further sort it ourselves. So that eliminates the burden on the side of the person that is recycling to say that anything that is dry and recyclable, I will put it in one bag. However, we do note that in some gated township, they do have extra receptacle bins to say that you put tins, cans in there, and we appreciate that effort, but we do allow commingled dry recyclables. We are also planning on this program to have community drop-off points, so that we eliminate the issue of, we've seen people scavenging. We don't like to use that word. We want to call them waste pickers. We've been encouraged in a seminar that we must call them waste pickers, because they are helping in a way. If I had time, I'd explain how they are helping to keep our town clean. But we do note that there is a problem in terms of the recyclables being taken, not by the municipality, but people that see cans as a way of supporting their livelihoods before we can even get the opportunity to collect, which now affects the records that we might want to have as a municipality, because we do provide data on how much we have recycled from the general waste, owing to the fact that we do not have a landfill. The best way that many countries have done is to incorporate them into the system and then provide that incentive. However, the solution towards that is to provide drop-off points, which will be secured and will be usable in each of the wards that we have in Ezulwini. We think that that way it will curb the scavenging of recyclable waste. Garden waste, do we have a temporal space or place where we can store it before we are charged? The municipality has a service for collection of garden waste. If you need this service, we are available to place a skip bin at your place at a cost of 500 emalangeni, because again, we do not have a landfill in Ezulwini. We have to travel 23 kilometers to Matapa to dispose it off. However, we do acknowledge that not only garden waste, but organic waste as a whole, that includes food waste, is a problem in Ezulwini. And we want to encourage, if the youth is here, to come up with solutions, come up with proposals. How best can the municipality deal with this type of waste? At the current moment, we are saying food waste must just be put inside the general or household waste, which we dispose of at the landfill. And the correct thing for us was that let's take out the food waste. Let's do something like your composting, your bokashi. Let's do the urban gardens where we can have the 2 cabbages, not on a commercial scale, 2 cabbages which are permitted and supported by the local authority, without a license, of course. If 2 cabbages, they don't require a license. So we would like to promote anyone who has a proposal in town to say, can we look at this project that ought to have a demand and supply for organic waste? This includes the garden waste and also the food waste. We also are limited by availability of land, because as an office, if we were to want to take the food waste and the garden waste to say bring it, we'd need land where we are able to then process or further treat the food waste into something that we can use, of course. We are limited by that, but the office is currently working on that one. We are looking at pushing it quicker than if possible, so that we take up the garden waste and the food waste that we see illegally dumped on vacant properties. So, but if you do need the service, we can even co-join if there's a neighbor that has garden waste and you are also one property that has garden waste. You can come to the municipality, request that service. It's available at 500 emalangeni. But we are looking at other ways of how we can manage this organic waste within our town. Yes, I think the one on urban agriculture, I've responded in part. This talks to commercial because, like the CEO read the vision, the agricultural aspect is not within the vision of the town. We're not an agricultural town. So it only talks to commercial agriculture and not the backyard gardens that we can have. Those are promoted and those are encouraged by the municipality. Please continue growing those cabbages. We need you to do that. Yeah. There's also an urban garden that we have, which is the Pelham Garden that we have as a municipality, where we can engage further on how you can do sustainable agriculture and farming within the properties that you have. So we can engage with them. We can exchange your contact numbers for Pelham, which they can continue help residents on how to do sustainable urban backyard gardens in Ezulwini. Thank you.
Thank you, PHEM. I think I just wanted to add that the same Pelham Garden does take garden waste and produces the compost out of it. This is another thing that I think would be very beneficial to the community to also learn how you can also do that. But right now they are taking in some garden waste, definitely sharing the details with them to find out the type of garden waste they are taking in. The garden is located within the Mountain View Township, just past our offices at the back. We will share the location so you can also visit and take your family, take members of your family to also learn how to do backyard gardens in a very sustainable manner. To respond to the public open space management, recreational facilities, we started a project of developing our public spaces. The CEO mentioned that we just started a project at the Mugela Township, where right now we have a contractor on site that is activating the park, incorporating a multifunctional court, incorporating a play area for children, including outdoor gym. We're doing the same. In the next financial year, we are going into the Mountain View Township, a public open space that is located right behind us. So we even sent out a survey to find out from the community what would you like to see happening in that park. But we're also developing that one. We will have a swimming pool. We will have also a multifunctional areas as well, and outdoor gym. We will be doing the same in public spaces that are in different locations within the different townships in the town. We will then go into also a very big one that is located at the Mandenga area, which will include a park run site as well. We are hoping that as funds permit, we will be able to include other elements in such places, including what's the one that our earlier speaker mentioned, skating, similarly to the one that we have in Babane. So it's a work in progress. These are projects that we are looking to have funds permitting on an annual basis, as incrementally. So it helps when we have community public spaces located within the communities or the townships where people live, so that they are closer to home. Thank you, sir.
Okay. As we draw closer to today's end of the meeting, I'd like to extend my deepest gratitude to each of you for your active participation, stakeholders. Your insights have been invaluable, and I assure you that we will, in collaboration with the consultant, be meticulous in terms of incorporating those suggestions. To encapsulate our discussions, I now want to invite our town clerk, the CEO, Mr. Matogoza Shongwe, to share his final remarks and outline the next steps in the bylaws adoption process. Please, ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause for our CEO.
Thank you, CSM. we are truly grateful for the support that you've given, particularly to this work. Very, very important. I think it's the first time that we're doing it as a municipality, so there have been a lot of learning curves for us. But the critical thing has been your input and you taking time to be here. We don't take it for granted. There's a lot I think the municipality still wants to do, and we will continuously ask that you engage with us as we continue to improve probably the foundational basis for the municipality, because we see where it is going. I think it's greater and bigger than what we are seeing with our naked eyes now, but it will definitely be a great municipality. And one of the things that we also need to say is that we are not competing with anyone. We're not competing with any other municipality. We're just setting standards for ourselves which we believe are achievable, but it needs us to work together as a community to become the greatness that we think any heaven ought to be. Now we'll look at our way forward, and before I even touch on that, I think I'd like to express our support and gratitude, our gratitude to the support that we get from our municipal councillors. I think there were 2 or 3 people who talked about open spaces, that our recreational areas. I can tell you that 2 or 3 of the council meetings that we've had, when it comes to recreational spaces, I've never seen councillors so passionate and so engaged just on open spaces. So you can imagine on the other areas, because they believe it's something that ought to happen. So the questions are coming to the right place, and there's definitely work in progress that we are doing. We are not just selling. We are not just talking about it. It is something that is in the burner. Now, way forward, 3 critical steps. Our final comments ought to come in by the 31st, which is next week, Monday. From there, the draft will then be submitted to the Minister of Housing. But before it gets to go, we will have a retreat with council so that they ensure that the comments that you have made, even in this session, are included in that draft before it gets to be submitted to the Minister of Housing. The Minister of Housing, as per their procedure, they will take it to the office of the AG, who will ensure that the legal drafting that we believe we have within the grouping of our consultants is in line with where they are sitting. And then after that, a gazette will be prepared, and then the bylaws will come into life. We've already indicated that there will be a transition period where we train all the relevant parts, stakeholders, to ensure that they are able to comply, because it's not about being coming in to fight, but it is about building all of ourselves so that we get to the municipality that we want to get to. So I think those are the critical parts. Let's get the comments coming in. I don't know, yes. Those are the email addresses that you ought to take so that you are able to submit any final comments that you have. And I'm happy that even when we were listening in today, people have clear-cut comments in terms of what they want to see. So we'll continue in that way, but please note that the cutoff date is the 31st of March. I think that is where we will end it. Once again, thank you for coming in. We are very certain that we will come out with bylaws that will all be able to embrace and see to it that they get to be implemented in the manner that they are supposed to get implemented in. I probably will not ask Councillor Rowe to pray, because he's already asked that we pray for him. So we will do that through the voice of Councillor Matonsi. Thank you, sir.
Asibonge nebakisi kuhamba sifike kulesikhathi. Sibonge mayor, sibonge ama councillors, sibonge CEO, staff sonke, residents, business community, law enforcers. Sandra nje singakathandazi manje sendlule nje evesini libe linye. Sibuke incwadi lo hambo ya Deuteronomy 32 verse 29. Dinke ngothi khona yini nobaki simalonga angifundzela nje. Wami ngayifunza ngenqondo. Kodwa nje ngiyangithanda ukuthi kufunze umuntu. 32 verse 29. Kutelo tfolile. Okhona fufundzele ba. Yes. Ebebantu bebahlakaniphile bebaqonza lokho. Bazindle ngesiphetho sethi impilo tabo. Ebebantu bebahlakaniphile bakuqonze lokho. Bazindle ngesiphetho sethi impilo tabo. Let's pray. Sibonge lebawatlo ingcwele, sibonge lesinkosi Jesu Kristu. Sibonga umsangosi yami namanje kuseni. Sikunqunisile Nkosi nasicala lo mbuthano sitohlanganela Nkosi kakhulu. Kulingisa Nkosi imithetho yaleli dolobha. Nkosi wahambe nathi sisefika la. Phinza Nkosi yami ube muhle. Nalapho Nkosi yami lemithetho siyihambisa Nkosi yakhona ehofisini la AG endlule iye eParliament. Sithandazela Nkosi bukhona bakho. Siyathi Nkosi imithetho yonke Nkosi yami isefika kubantu iba nayo iresistance. Kepha Nkosi sinxusa wena. Thubisa Nkosi yami inhliziyo tebantu. Konke lo Nkosi yami baqonze ukuthi sindela intuthuko yaleli dolobha. Baba wethu ingcwele iba nasi Nkosi yami sisaphuma namanje. Uhambe nasi Nkosi emakhaya uyemisebenzi lapho siyakhona emseni wakho Jesu Kristu. Amen.